Year-old 4-H member from Boone County, and she will be singing our national anthem for us. If you would like to face the flag.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight for the ramparts we watched, where so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that a flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Excellent job, Geneva. Thank you so much for starting off our shows today.
Yep, I wanted to make sure when you're ready.
I think I just messed it up, too.
Name it.
Thank you. And good morning again, and welcome to the 2023 Nebraska State Fair. We welcome you to 5 Point Banks Arena. We will be starting this morning with our Fed Steer Challenge. This is the Fed Steer Challenge feeder calf and market beef show today. If you were here yesterday, you noticed we had some excellent kids and wonderful cattle that walked through the ring.
Check one,
and we're
two,
excited
three.
to repeat the
1,
process
2, 3.
today with our Fed Steers, feeder calves, and market beef. If you know people who aren't able to attend in person,
Check
please
one.
know they can check out the show, as it is live streamed, and the live stream address is on our screen. I will be announcing it momentarily as we begin our Fed Steer Challenge. The Fed Steer Challenge functions to enhance the educational value of traditional 4-H beef projects by providing an affordable option that rewards production merit and carcass value of the market animal, along with an accurate and complete record-keeping, industry knowledge, and industry engagement by the 4-H member. Participants in the 2023 Fed Steer Challenge include Leah Christian from Pawnee County. Leah, age 17, is from Steinauer and is exhibiting at her second Nebraska State Fair. Her steer's name is Bill. Through the Fed Steer Challenge, Leah has enjoyed learning from university professors and industry leaders, as well as showing at the Nebraska State Fair. She plans to attend UNL and become an ag teacher. Additionally, she plans to continue the family farm into the next generation. Joseph Fickenshire from Kearney County. Joe, age 18, is from Axtell and is exhibiting for the first time at the Nebraska State Fair. His steer's name is Slinky. During the Fed Steer Challenge, Joe's most enjoyed the Zooms with industry professionals. He plans to get a mechatronics degree while creating innovative equipment and running his company, Windmill Land and Livestock, LLC.
What about this next one then here? Hang on a second. Okay, hang on a second. Check 2.
Our next contestant is Eldon Hake from Franklin County. Eldon, 16 years old, is from Upland and is exhibiting for the second time at the State Fair. His steer's name is Boba. Through the Fed Steer Challenge, he enjoyed the real-world experience of competing of completing the record book and calculating the expenses of his project. Eldon plans to continue to raise cattle and work on the farm and hopes to have a farm of his own.
2, 3. What do we need this for then?
Our next contestant today is Rachel Hale from Nance County. Rachel, age 16, is from Fullerton and is participating in her 6th Nebraska State Fair. Her steer's name is Andy. During the Fed Steer Challenge, she most enjoyed learning to feed her steer in a way to maximize his growth potential. She is interested in plant and animal agriculture and plans to visit colleges this fall and choose a major.
Okay. So I noticed we're using the Shure mics. Audio tech not working.
Now entering the ring, we have Nicholas Rohr from Frontier County.
We need to trade
Nicholas,
back
age
down.
17, is from Eustis and is exhibiting at his 8th state fair. Nicholas's steer is named Henry. Through the Fed Steer Challenge, Nicholas has enjoyed the monthly Zoom calls and discussing different topics, but really liked learning about carcass and how it is graded. Nicholas is attending North Central Kansas Technology College in Beloit, Kansas, and will be majoring in welding. He plans to graduate in May 2024 with his associate's degree. Up next is Logan Schmidt from Nichols and Thayer County. Logan is 14 and is from Deschler and is exhibiting for the 4th year at the Nebraska State Fair. His steer's name is Stevie. Logan has enjoyed seeing how much his steer gained through the Fed Steer Challenge, as well as getting to exhibit his steer. He plans to continue showing Simmental, Angus, and Maine Anjou cattle at as many shows as he can. He plans to attend college for something in the agricultural field and hopes to judge livestock while in college. We now have Karina Smirda from Howard County. Karina is from St. Paul. She is 14, and this is her 4th year exhibiting at the Nebraska State Fair. Her steer's name is Homer. During the Fed Steer Challenge, she most enjoyed being able to work with animals and with others in the ag industry. Karina plans to continue to show throughout high school and then become an ag teacher. Now entering the ring, we have Carly Wagner from Arthur County. Carly is from Arthur and is 17 years old. She is exhibiting at the State Fair for her 6th year. Her steer's name is Theodore. She most enjoyed the Zoom meetings and learning new things through the Fed Steer Challenge. Her future plans are to become an ag teacher and raise cattle. We do have 2 participants completing the program, but are not exhibiting today. They are now entering the ring, and we would like to recognize them. Lily Chevalier from Lancaster County. Lily is from Bennett and is 17. This is her first state fair. During the Fed Steer Challenge, she most enjoyed meeting her peers who have similar interests and interacting with industry professionals. Her future plans are to obtain her LPN through SCC and then major in agricultural economics at UNL. She is currently looking at careers in feedlot or ranch management. Demi Lapasitas from Morrill County. Demi is from Bridgeport and is 17, and this is her 2nd time at the State Fair. The Fed Steer Challenge provided her with opportunities to network and meet new people. Her future plans are to attend UNL and major in ag business, and ag communications, with a minor in the angler program. She hopes to run her family ranch and start her own photography business. Let's give all of our contestants a round of applause. And we'd like to introduce our judge today. Our judge today is Mr. Stephen Maloli from Overton, Nebraska. Mr. Maloli works for Producers Livestock, a company out of Omaha. Mr. Maloli represents the seller of feeder cattle and fat cattle ready for market when selling to the packers to maximize the producer's profit opportunities. The Fed Steer Challenge is now being visually evaluated by Steve Maloli. He will be sorting the cattle into purple, blue, and red ribbon categories based primarily on market readiness and projected carcass merit and the value of the cattle. This year, the cattle will be harvested at Nebraska Beef in Omaha. Leading to today's special live evaluation class, youth involved with this program were challenged to Select and purchase a commercial feeder steer, ideally paying no more than market price. Youth were then challenged as much as possible to use management and feeding protocols like that used in commercial feedlots to maximize daily gain and performance. Throughout the feeding period, they maintained detailed records related to the management and feeding of their steer. All cattle in the program will be sold on a quality and yield-based carcass grid. Following today's show, these steers will be transported to the Nebraska beef to be harvested, and carcass data will be collected on Wednesday morning. Finally, evaluation of each 4-H member's knowledge of the beef industry and project knowledge, along with their interpersonal skills, were evaluated through an interview process conducted yesterday afternoon here on the fairgrounds. Recognition and awards for the overall fed steer program will be based upon carcass merit and value, state fair steer class groupings, growth performance, record book, industry interview, and overall program score. Youth could either self-source their steers or they could select cattle from a pool of steers specifically selected for the program. We would like to thank 4+ feeders from Lexington for their willingness to supply steers for some of the members of this cohort and for their continued support in all aspects of this program. We also wish to thank CoBank for sponsoring awards and educational expenses for the 2023 Fed Steer Challenge.
Check 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It's over there.
We need this one instead of that one.
Just deal with this for right now because he's having trouble. So.
Okay.
He wants you to stay. He wants you to give him that. And he wants you to the office. So let's take these out there.
Try it, see where it pops. That's right. And this one must be this one.
These should be the judge mics, I think.
There. And this, I think he's trying to get this one for Susan, maybe.
Okay. If they would just switch which side that one's on, that would work.
Yes. I guess first call did not get anybody riled up.
All right, here's some programs. You need one?
I have one.
You have one? Okay, Amanda will need one.
Cole gave me
I
one.
hope Susan took the bio with her last night because I don't have another copy of the judge's bio. I ripped it out of my binder for her.
Attention in the sheep barn. This is second call for Class 1 Southbound Market Lambs. Second call, Southbound Market Lambs, Class 1.
You could turn it on or it's off? Oh, there it is.
Oh, sorry.
I wasn't seeing it. Second call for Class 1 registered AGBA yearling does. Second call, Class 1 registered AGBA yearling does.
I don't like how it just slides and doesn't click. I want that satisfaction of like knowing it's on or off.
Well, and then you slide it and you're like, did I slide it the right way or the wrong way?
Right, exactly.
I was that way last night already. I was like, I'm not sure if this is on or off.
I had to double check a lot. I did this in the morning and mid-afternoon for the breeding sheep show and showmanship. So.
Because one of these mics is hot right now, and it's coming through on the beef show. So it's just hearing you guys. I think it's that one. Yeah. If you, you might just,
Attention in the sheep barn. Third call for Class 1 Southbound Market Lambs. Third call, Class 1 Southbound Market Lambs. To
Go. It's ready.
Good morning.
Test.
Tough class to try
Which
and
quarter is hearing this one?
grade here on the top four. The top two, awfully nice finished cattle that should grade and do it well. My number one steer, right here.
Test.
I think he's just going to have more yield in him for more profitability. Great capacity on the number two steer here. Just, I don't think he'll yield quite like number one. And therefore giving him that top choice. Number three did a nice job. Once again, is awfully close. Just not quite as finished as the top two. Number four, she kept showing hard. Could have put her into number three, but once again, just not the finish. Same with 5, 6, 7, and 8. Number 8, doggone, I think he was just implanted a little bit too hard, a little hippie in the back end. I'm worried about his grade. I'm worried about how he's going to grade. But the kids did a great job of finishing cattle and working with them. You can see 6, 7, and 8. They're just not quite as finished. Thank you.
You're done.
We'll find out.
You're done. Yeah, they kill right away, don't they?
Yeah, we'll find
I think
out.
they kill right away.
Good morning. Morning. Okay, are they going to stay for a minute to do carcass?
Oh, shit, I took them out.
Fed steers, if you want to wait just a moment, we need to announce our carcass placings. If you'd come on back in, our fed steers. Fed steers. Fed steer challenge, we need carcass placings. If you would like to come back to the ring, please. And because this is more of an unusual contest than your standard market beef contest, we are going to announce the rate of gain. Excuse me, I've been calling it carcass placing. It is the rate of gain placing for our Fed Steer Challenge participants. And we will also have the visual class placing that Mr. Maloli put on this morning. We will announce the placings, and we'd also like to announce their rate of gain scores. No, I need one. Is there a one? We'll go with that one. Okay. Yeah. So, you want me to announce the kids? Did just roll with it? We could pull them in. Let's do that. Let's do that, and I can give them. I don't think they got their ribbons. The top 3 average daily gains would be Carly, Logan, and Eldon.
Carly, Logan, and Eldon.
Yep. Do you want a picture of that, or?
And good morning to everybody that is in the stands. We're excited to bring you the 4-H Breeding and Market Goat Show. That is going to be my right, your left. And then the 4-H Market Lamb Show will be in this arena right here. We'll be getting underway here just momentarily.
And we would like to recognize our Fed Steer Challenge participants with their ribbon placings from the ring today. In the blue ribbon group, Eldon Hake from Franklin County, Rachel Hale, Nance County, Joseph Fickenshire from Kearney County, and Nicholas Rohr from Frontier County. In the purple ribbon group, Carly Wagner from Arthur County, Leah Kristen from Pawnee County, Karina Smirda from Howard County, and your top overall live placing goes to Logan Schmidt from Nuckolls County. Congratulations. We would also like to recognize the average daily gain of the top 3 participants. And so as I call your name, if you would step forward. In third place, Eldon Hake from Franklin County. His average daily gain was 3.1 pounds per day. In second place, Logan Schmidt from Thayer County with an average daily gain of 3.15 pounds per day. And your first place average daily gain goes to Carly Wagner from Arthur County with an average daily gain of 3.71 pounds per day. A big congratulations to all our participants who exhibited and will ship their steers today to finish out the Nebraska Fed Steer Challenge. This was certainly an exceptional group of young people, and we appreciate all your hard work and dedication. If you're interested in participating in the Fed Steer Challenge for 2024, please see Ashley Benish, Carrie Elson, or Dr. Brian Reiling for more information. Visit our website, 4h.unl.edu/Fed Steer Challenge. Great job, you guys. And now entering the ring, we are starting our feeder calf division. This is our first class of feeder steers. Weights of calves in this class, 400 to 474 pounds. We do have 9 exhibitors in Class 1. And we have 6 classes of feeder calves to look at today. 3 classes of steers and 3 classes of feeder heifers.
What a good way to get started in our
Folks, boy, it's my pleasure. I'm so excited to be here at your state fair to go and evaluate your show. And what a good prospect class to get started. I think we've got a lot of quality, a lot of things that we can sure talk about from a positive standpoint. And this first class of prospects, we get into maturity and condition, kind of some things that dictate just a little bit. So if you go back and put some emphasis in terms of just, cattle that have some balance, have some things that we can talk about as we project them on as big cattle, those are what we can talk about. I think the steer that I choose to start with, I think he does so. He's a little bit more moderate size, but I think just his, he has the potential to have some body density. I like his extra stoutness of bone, his utilization in terms of his structure. Now, he fights the halter, doesn't maybe show himself off as well sometimes, but, he is still very, very good in his structure. He's stout in his top, got some hip to him. I think he's just got a lot of potential, and he's kind of the animal that, pretty handily for me to grab a hold of and appreciate to go ahead and win this class. Steer in second, I think he's one that, he's flexible with the ground. He's got some muscularity to him. He's still attractive. He's still natural and true in terms of his body shape. And I think that's some things you could do in terms of, cattle can still be green in terms of condition, but they can still be true in terms of center body and shape. But that's a well-balanced, very, very nice steer to come out here. I thought the red and white one coming out here next, he's one I thought just proportioned really well. When you talk of it in that way, I think he's still good in terms of, you look at where he's at body shape, he's still good in terms of chest floor relative to flank in this stage. He's got some stoutness to the upper part of his hip. I just read that calf as extremely green and in terms of condition. The black and white one, I think, patterns up really well. I like his transition when we talk about those transitional traits from his front end, the way he blends into his forerib, and I like his shape to him. For me, where I pick on that calf is his rear hock. I'd like to see him more flexible, have a little bit more ease of movement off of his hind two legs. So that's where I go ahead and run him in that spot. Another good stout-legged, good at the ground steer here comes out here next. Again, I think his balance is good. He's still a little greener. Doesn't transition as well when we talk about shoulder into his forerib. Part of that is condition, but he's still got some balance in kind. I think a lot of good. A really good pattern one. This one here just green in terms of his shape. I think he's got some of the basics you look at. Now, he's not going to be the most overpowerful muscled one. I think he's got some shapeliness to him. But yet I still think that he just covers the basics really well, does a very, very nice job. The gold one gives you some looks that you like him in terms of that, just the shape, but to me, I just thought just a little frailer in terms of foot and bone, didn't match up to his body shape, matty mass, nice individual. The black and white one, we're getting into cattle that are still patterned really well and still got a lot of good to him, but just a shot tubular in terms of his side profile, in terms of his rib shape, where he tapers back to his flank is where I got probably a little bit harder on him. And the next steer coming out, same way, just like to give him a little bit more balance. I like how up-headed he is in terms of look, but as we just give him some balance, change his hind leg just a little bit. But that's a very, very nice steer as we get started. Folks, give those prospects a nice hand.
And results of Class 1 feeder calves, our feeder steer class in the blue ribbon group today from Cherry County, Grayson Hollow Peter Swan.
Hello, good morning, and welcome back to the Nebraska State Fair. We got done with our Fed Steer Challenge. Apologize for missing that. We'll catch up here with the feeder calf show a little bit, tell you kind of what's going on. Winning that class was Ella Platt from Cass County. Second in class, Jackson Logan. Third in class, Clara Rasmussen. Fourth was Haley Eisenhower. Our judge for today is Mr. Chad Holtkamp, running Holtkamp Cattle Company. He and his wife Kim have been successful raising show cattle, and Chad has judged numerous shows all over the United States, and he went to college at Blackhawk East under Dan Hogue, and then went to OSU, Oklahoma State, under Jared Callahan. He was fortunate enough and talented enough to be on a national championship team with both schools, and he has carried that on for many years, and very respected judge, and judged national level cattle shows all over the United States. probably one of the real up-and-coming guys as far as who we're going to see out judging a lot of people. People are really expecting his opinion. Anyway, so again, Class 1, Ella Platt. Class 2 is in the ring right now. And Class 2 is in the ring right now, feeder steers. These steers weigh 492 to 560. And we have Maddie Brown, Gentry's wingman, Claire Rasmussen, Catherine Neighbor, Bailey Sedek, Carly Johnson, and Trey Logan.
We're in now for the champion drive for our South Downs in our Market Lamb class. Here's your results out of Class 2 Blue Ribbon winner. Gracie McIntyre from Adams County. Jillian Muntz from Cass County, purple winner. Connor Kripshausen from Scotts Bluff County. Michaela De La Cruz from Platte County, blue ribbon. Arabella Rossmeyer from Buffalo County, also blue ribbon winner. Second purple will go to Keaton Fadick from Lincoln County, and first purple goes to Kate Piper from Scotts Bluff County.
Attention in the sheep barn. This is your second call for Class 4 White Face Influence Market Lambs. Second call, Class 4 White Face Influence Market Lambs.
Another nice class here. I think that's the 1 and 2. I think there's some differences there, and you can kind of flip and choose. I opted to use the young man's because I just read her as being stouter. She comes at you and she goes away with a little more width. She's wider at her chest. She's wider from her hip down to her hock. She steps out there and has that extra just punch as she goes away from you. Then you come to the upper end of her skeleton. She's just a fleshier maid doe. She's fleshier right behind the shoulders. Consequently, that makes her read to be bigger in the upper portions of her rib. You go from the side. Let's turn her side. Well, go to the side. I think she's still good in her center body cavity. She's one, if I got critical of her at times, I'd like to just make her attitude better so we could see her walk because she wants to kind of fight, and that makes her want to drag those back legs. I read her as being sound, but I'd like her to cooperate and show us that. The one that comes into
As we get out here, this second class of prospects, I tell you, it really gets if you're watching and maybe not seen a guy judge before and you're trying to figure out where his preferences lie and where we have some gives and takes, this is a good pair to talk about. And here's what we've got. Now, I will admit right off the get-go, now you go and talking about like an online selling one or one that's got a little extra look. He's a little plainer headed, a little plainer chested. But boy, you talk about running gear in terms of at the ground, in terms of stoutness of bone, stoutness of body, still good in terms of structure. And that's where this one wins the class. I think if you're going to have a draw the line and talk about structure, he's so impressive when you look at this calf shoulders back. I think he's good just in terms of a body and still good in terms of balance. But boy, that one there is very, very impressive to me in terms of, has some stoutness of bone and structure. And his utilization in terms of the way he gets off his hind leg is the advantage he has over the steer here in second. The steer in second obviously is more attractive in terms of the way his neck comes out of his shoulder. He's got some boldness. I like his muscularity in terms of his top and his hip. To me, it just gets right there in terms of his rear pasterns. I just don't know if he's fighting the halter not broke or if he just needs to be longer pastern and set down on his hind foot just a little better. But, boy, that's a very, very nice steer. The gray steer still felt him. He was still purple quality in terms of that ribbon categorization, just in terms of good, solid, basic cattle. He's so useful in terms of just his shape, true in terms of his center body, good in terms of his balance. Good in terms of structure, just a little more refined. I'd like to stouten his bone work to match up his body a little bit, but I like that kind of cattle, and you could sure get into that really well. We got a bigger frame, more extended steer comes out here next, and I like that extra extension. He's got the ability to take, to handle that as we project him on down the line in terms of being a big, heavy steer, to be able to handle some of them weights, and I think he's relatively good in terms of, balance and proportions as well. Gets a little bit back in terms of his hock when we ask him to go and make him move. Here's a good centered one coming out here next. And if you're just going to judge center body, I think he's really good from that standpoint. But a steer at this size, got a little bit of shoulder. And where I get into there, he gets a little bit in terms of his rear hock. And I'd change his hip design. His hock to the ground shape is where I would probably pick on that calf just a little bit. Red and white calf still does some things very well. He's very smooth made. He's good in terms of balance from the side. Just runs out of muscle comparatively to the cattle right there ahead of him. And I wish he had a little longer switch. It'd help him balance up a little bit. Young lady with red there brings up the class. He's still a good, smooth-made, practical steer. Got a lot of good to him, just not a lot of extra bells and whistles when we compare him to a little bit more, kind of the cattle right there to the line there. Young lady did a very nice job of showing. We sure appreciate her efforts on a really good class again, the Prospect Show.
And results.
Okay, class 2, winning class 2 is Maddie Brown from Scotts Bluff County. Class number 3, Carly Johnson from Greeley. It would be second. Third would be Catherine Neighbor. Fourth would be Trey Logan. Fifth would be Bailey Sedek. Sixth would be Claire Rasmussen. Seventh would be Gentry Zwingli. And we had one scratch in that class that was canceled wrong. Coming in class 3, we have Macy Radke, Chase Schwartz, Trey Van Slyke, Logie and Barta, Jace Fogarty, Nolan Platt, Josie Wilson, and Ty Sievers. Again, winning class, the second class of the day was Maddie Brown from Scotts Bluff County. Second was Carly Johnson from Greeley County. Third was Catherine Neighbor from Seward. And here's our judge, Chad Holkamp. Class 3 feeder calves, weight from 582 to 670 pounds.
in this class of prospect steers. It's it's got some challenge because you're going to have a lot of things that we're doing from kind of projected those cattle out to where they're at here today. Obviously today the gray steer for me just goes ahead and handily wins a class, and he's still got some maturity, he's got some stoutness, he's got some ruggedness to him, and yet he's still good in terms of his structure, and I think he does some things, really good. And I think, other than aesthetically, we'd like to give him a tail maybe to balance him up a little bit. I would change that calf right in there behind his shoulders. I'd like to stouten him up there a little bit, or just make him a little better from the top of his shoulder into his top. But boy, the way his neck comes out of his shoulder and the boldness he's got to his rib, he just got a lot of good things to him. I like him really well, and I think that's a very, very good a good place to start the class. The steer in second, I tell you where he is. He's got really good look. He's got some pieces to him. I think he's true in terms of body shape. Is he got as enough body as compared to some of the other cattle out here? No, he doesn't. He gets a little more tubular. But I think he's still true in terms of his rib shape line, if that makes any sense at all. But I like his muscularity down his top, the hip shape and dimension he has. He's still stout in terms of structure. He does a lot of things really well, and I think he still looks a little better on the move in terms of balance as we get him out here sometimes when he stands there. But he's got some big pieces. I think he's got as much potential to go ahead and move on up, as you put that calf on feed and do some things just from a stoutness of hip and muscularity. I think where he'd do really well. This calf here, young man, I had you there. We pulled you forth, and I said I just need to kind of go back around. And I tell you where I got a little critical of him. He just gets so darn flat in terms of his leg hair, just a little slicker-legged. That calf is a little stouter in terms of his bone work maybe than what I give him credit for. What I like about him, I like center body. You look at the rib shape he's got some top to him, but he's got some boldness and expression. He's still got some hindquarter and stifle, and I think he balances relatively well, and I think he's still a little bit more complete individual maybe than the steer in fourth, but a calf that does some things, just doesn't give you that extra pizzazz of the two right ahead of him, but a very, very nice steer, and I thank you for bringing one out and doing a nice job of showing. The white one, as he comes back around, and he is one, you talk about unique pieces, he is stout-hipped. He's burly in terms of thickness. You get in there behind him, he's still got a good, useful hind leg that we'd talk about that way. Some of it I thought he was fighting himself a little bit, but for me, you're just going to change his structure right in there behind his shoulder, fix him right there in his top line for him to be better. Some cattle, I think, can fill into it. I just wonder if he ever, from a maturity-wise, actually ever gets there. The gray calf coming out next, a really pretty pattern steer. He's very attractive up there in the front two-thirds of his body. He's got some top. For me, I just didn't know if he's ever going to have enough, or he needs just a shot more lower quarter, needs a little bit better utilization in terms of his hind leg as you watch him go a little bit. But I give him a little bit more lower quarter to match the upper quarter that he has. This one here coming out next, young lady, I'd say this one is a little more breeding cattle to me. He's soft in terms of his structure, soft in terms of his body. He's just not as amplified in terms of neck, top, and hip as some of the cattle we had up above him, but he still is very useful, a good kind of calf that's sure got a lot of good to him. Same with the next calf young man has out here. He's stout and powerful. Going to be a little more moderate size when you look and study him in his forearm and his front cannon. I like his muscularity, but for me, just give up a little bit in terms of balance. Young lady here did a very nice job of showing. She's got him broke, ready to go. He's a smooth-made, good structured one. I just read him as extremely green in terms of condition. I think you get him a little further along in terms of shape and bloom. I think he's going to shape up really well. He's still got a lot of good things to him. So again, very, very nice class over here on the prospect steer side.
All right, winning class 3 would be Josie Wilson from Lincoln. Second class, Nolan Platt from Cass County. Third in class, Ty Sievers. Fourth, Jace Fogarty. Fifth would be Trey Van Slyke. Sixth would be Logan Barta. Seventh would be Chase Swartz. Eighth would be Macy Radke. Coming in now will be the champions feeder steer, Ella Platt from Class 1, Maddie Brown, Class 2, and Josie Wilson from Class 3. Again, our judge today is Mr. Chad Holkamp from Iowa. And these steers' weight range of the first class was 400 to 474, class 2, 492 to 560, so basically 5.5. And class 3, the big guys were 582 to 670. Again, in the front, to your right, if you will, if you read them right to left, is Ella Platte from Cass County. Second is, in the middle, the black steer is Maddie Brown from Scotts Bluff. And the third calf in the ring is Josie Wilson from Lincoln County from North Platte. Second in their specific classes will also be in the drive. Second class 1 was Jackson Logan from Burke County. Second class 2 was Carly Johnson. And second class 3 was Nolan Platte.
As we get down here on your prospect side and get ready to pick your champion prospect steer, you know, I think we've got 3 really nice class winners, and we'll just talk about them here just a little bit because I think they have, have some things that we could talk about. And, the one that comes out of that first class, and quality-wise, he's got a lot of good to him. He is stout, and, he's a more moderate size, probably a little younger when you just read him from a maturity standpoint, but he got some bone, he's got muscle, he's got power, got a good hair coat. I mean, he just does some things, I think, to a really well. I think there's times if we could get that calf just to be, where he gets broke a little more and wants to show himself off, I think he'll hold himself together a little bit. When he gets standing a little awkward, you just transition him just a little bit better, but still a very, very nice steer. Steer of the second class, and that was a decision there, and you look at that calf, and still from a balance side, he does have a little bit of chest floor, but boy, when you talk about one that's good in terms of center body, awesome in terms of structure, this calf in terms of hind leg, muscularity up high, hock utilization of his pastern, he's really, really good. I like that extremely well on that calf, and I think he does some things, where we go. Now, if we project him on out, and depending on what's going to happen is, how is he going to grow and develop, and how is he going to match his head and chest as he goes? If everything stays the same and he kind of grows into it, he's going to make a very good market steer. If he kind of keeps going and progresses and gets a little extra plane, I think that I think then we'll have some questions whether or not he's maybe attractive enough in terms of a market animal. But boy, when you just have the emphasis in terms of structure, he was the elite structured one that we had in the drive here today. The gray calf coming out of that next class, I think he's a little bit more ready in terms of stoutness. A young lady does a really nice job of showing him. You get him presented really well. He's got a really good look. Still as he gets set up, he bounces really well for one that doesn't have a tail. Sometimes that bothers me a little bit, but, for me, it's just transition and where you're going to stand in terms of that calf behind his shoulders. May splay out a little bit, but I like his body shape. I like his look. So, folks, give him a nice round of applause. We'll walk right over here and just congratulations to this young lady right here.
Champion's going to come out of class 3. Josie Wilson.
And congratulations, your champion feeder steer comes out of class 3 and is exhibited by Josie Wilson from Lincoln County. We will now bring in our second purple from class 3, Nolan Platte from Cass County, to compete for your reserve champion feeder steer. And your reserve champion feeder steer comes out of class 1. Congratulations to Ella Platte from Cass County.
And like she said on the mic, Josie Wilson from class 3 was your champion, and reserve would have come out of class 1, which would have been Ella Platte from Cass County over in the eastern part of the state. It's kind of one end of the state and the other there. Josie's from out by North Platte, and Ella Platte is from east of Lincoln, south of, kind of down south of Omaha ways. I'll start the feeder heifer class. Class 4 will be Class 1 feeder heifers, weights 390 to 470 pounds, just coming in here shortly.
Now entering the ring, we will start our feeder heifer classes with feeder heifer class 4. We do have 8 exhibitors in class 4 feeder heifers with calves weighing between 390 and 472 pounds. We have 3 classes today of our feeder heifers, and then we will select our champion and reserve champion feeder heifer. Following that selection, we will bring our champions back to select your overall grand reserve champion and 3rd overall feeder calf.
as we get started here in this first class of prospect market heifers. I tell you, just, good class, I think, as it kind of goes through, and I think it breaks up. And there's no doubt in my mind the heifer to go ahead and start with does so pretty handily. I think she's really a high-quality heifer. She's very striking and attractive, and I tell you, she just takes a few steps, and, you can gravitate to her really well. So there's a lot of attributes. If you want to talk about, that's going to be the one you're going to look and find right away, because she's just got quality. She's still got some muscularity, got some stoutness to her. She's got a lot of those things that we're looking and talking about. The heifer there in second, I think she matches her in terms of pattern. I think she's still good in terms of cleanness to her front end. I thought she was one as she got out here and on the move. I thought she maintained her top and maintained her balance in terms of her rib shape pretty solid in terms of the way she got around. Now, I would change that one a little bit in terms of her front knee and front structure. I thought she got a little straighter right there in that spot. Third and fourth, I thought it really had some big gives and takes depending on where you wanted to go and how you wanted to go ahead and, line these two up. I like things about both of them. The looseness of structure is where I like the heifer in third. She's big-footed. She's got some bone. She's got some top. But part of that looseness kind of opens her up at the top side of her shoulder. She doesn't blend as well. But I just felt her muscularity, her stoutness, her soundness in terms of hind leg, I think, is really well. The Hereford marked heifer, I think she's got some things. As you put her on feet, I think she'll do well. To me, she balances very well. She's very proportional. She's really nice in her chest forward, the way her neck comes out top side of her shoulder. I like a lot of things about her. And I was going to go ahead and use her third, but where I get in behind her, I just don't see enough muscle, enough hip. That's where I went ahead and dropped her a spot to that fourth. But I like your heifer, young lady. I think she's got a lot of good to her, and she got a lot of good days ahead of her, too, in terms of just basic build balance. I think does some things extremely well. The red heifer, very attractive. There's no doubt about being one up-headed and got some presence to her from a show ring standpoint. For me, probably just a little bit edgy in terms of her structure, both front end in terms of the way her shoulder is designed and where her rear hock is. If she maintains and stays where she's at this time a year from now, I think she'll be okay from a structure, but I just kind of have those concerns about her. But yet she still kind of maintained herself from a balance standpoint over the black heifer coming out here next. Standing still, the black heifer's one you probably could go ahead and move her a spot. She's long-bodied, long-sided, bold in terms of her rib. But when we start talking transitional areas, just her shoulder, her top just doesn't fit together quite as well today and how she's presented for this young of age, but she's still got some body and shape. Young man doing a nice job here with a good heifer. She just green and skinny, lightest weight heifer comes out here. I think as you just get her and clip her a little tighter, I think you're going to like her lines a little bit better. Just needs to be more of her in terms of stoutness and body and shape. Next heifer coming out, young lady, I commend you for doing a really good job of showing. You give good effort from start to finish. I appreciate that really well. I like your heifer in terms of length of side and smoothness. It's just her structure and her balance is where I would change her. But a good class as we get started right here in your prospect market heifer show.
All right, winning class, class 4 is Baron Strope. Second would be Carly Johnson. Third, Maddie Brown. Fourth went to Regan Bowman. Fifth is Emery Bowman. Sixth is Bailey Setlick. Seventh, Troy Lindquist. Eighth, Dayton Dorn. Again, winning that class, Baron Strope from Holt County. Second, Carly Johnson from Greeley. All right, coming in the ring now, we've got class 2 feeders, which is class 5. Feeder heifers weighing 500 to 565.
This young lady sheep's better. He handles more aggressive out of the backside of
Little information called in here a minute ago. The champion feeder steer, I think I'm right. The champion feeder steer that was just exhibited by Josie Wilson, sired by One Oak out of a Dakota Gold cow. So if you're out there listening, or if you know somebody in the barn that is, anything you guys can tell me. Again, this is Tim Burke broadcasting for Show Barn Flicks, and anybody that knows how to get a hold of me or come up to the barn or anything you want to do, I'll sure be glad to let the broadcasting crew know what we got. Give me a holler if you can. We appreciate the information.
Yep, you bet. Yep. We got out here in this Indian market effort prospects, and we got a trio of these to be in that purple ribbon group that have a lot of good to them, just have some differences to look and talk about for today. And I don't know, how you project these two as you go on down the line, because I think there's some things about that second one, I really like. But today, this one here is she is fresh. She's ready. She's ready to roll. I think she is. She's stout and powerful, yet still attractive. Got a good look. Her shape is good. I think her dimensions are good. I like just her burliness with a show ring look to her. I think as we go out there, as long as that one stays true to her structure where she is today as a big one, I think she's going to be a very, very competitive heifer. Young lady got her broke well. She looks good. That's a very, very nice heifer. Young man, I like your heifer in second really well. I think she's got some things where she may not be as just fresh in terms of presentation as the one right there ahead of you. But her length of body, this one here, when you look at the way she opens up right there behind her shoulders, with the top shape she's got, the turn to that upper part of her rib shape, I think she's impressive from that standpoint. I'm sure we'll talk about some of that here today as we get into your market division. She's got some stoutness, some boldness to her hips. She's got that extra length of body. She's cleaner in terms of her rear hock, in terms of utilization of her hind leg, probably than our class winner. But where she isn't, though, and we've got to look, is she gets just a little bit shorter and a little rounder in terms of her pin placement, in terms of her hip. I'd like to just make her a little more attractive that way. The heifer in third, and this heifer's got so much good to her, just from a balance and body standpoint. She's got dimension to her. She still has some width and some stoutness. What happens is she gets a little bit thrown out of whack, a little bit where you just got to stouten her up in terms of her foot and bone and just her bone work to fit into a market division. When we compare them to the cattle that were just as muscular and stout, she had the advantage in terms of body, but I don't know if those other cattle, had enough body for at this age in terms of market end. So if we make that a little stouter legged, she's definitely one that you could sure look and go ahead and win the class with. The next two I thought were really close. I chose to use the white flanked one. I thought the young man did a nice job getting her set up. He's not wanting to let her relax and get here that you see in the prospect side. But, her center body and build in her midsection, I think, is where she goes ahead and excels. Her forerib, the way she blends into that rear rib and flank, maybe is a little bit mature right now, but I still like that kind. I like her squareness. I think she's a very, very nice heifer. And I just give her the advantage in terms of balance here today over the next heifer coming out next. And I think the other one is just probably a little looser in terms of her foot hock. She's a lot longer bodied heifer. She's still thick-ended. You get behind her, but she wants to get just that balance up as well from her chest floor relative to her rear flank when you look and study her off on the side. But a heifer's got a lot of potential as well. A little more breeding cattle heifer here, looks to be a little bit more of a higher percentage Simmental heifer. Got that little finer, little slicker hair coat where she didn't even want to blend quite as well. She's good in her body. She's got muscularity to her top. Just doesn't match up with the foot and bone of some of the other ones as we get out here. Next heifer coming out, there's times that she give us a good look. There's times she kind of gets underneath herself, gets a little closed up when you look at her with the base relative to her body dimension, but a very, very nice heifer. Still nothing wrong with her in that quality and her kind. Next heifer coming out, a little frailer again in terms of structure, but good in terms of smoothness, really good in terms of upper skeleton when you study her down her top. And the Indian leg does a good job. Young man did a good job. He got built up a little bit of character here. She took about 4 steps in the ring and she decided, hey, I'm center stage. I don't want no part of this. She's worked her way down and broke out really well. She's just a little greener. Part of that maybe she broke just a little bit harder, but just give her a little more condition. She's still fundamentally a very, very good heifer, and we sure compliment those exhibitors. Nice job.
And results from feeder heifer class 5 in the blue ribbon group today: Chase Schwartz from Stanton County, Josie Wilson from Lincoln County, Grayson Hollow Peter Swan from Cherry County, from Hall County, Austin Yoakum, Abigail Gorecki from Buffalo County, and Luke Powell from Merritt County. Receiving a purple ribbon today, Baron Strope from Holt County. Second purple to Brantley Wint from Colfax County. And first purple goes to Josie Wilson from Lincoln County. And currently entering the ring Feeder Heifer Class 6. This is our third class of feeder heifers today and the final class before we select our champion and reserve champion feeder heifer. 6 exhibitors in Class 6 with calves weighing between 590 and 742 pounds.
On to your prospect, Market Hereford class. Good set of cattle as we get out here again. And, this heavier weight, we've got some big old performance, good doing kind of calves compared to some of the just a little bit in terms of showy and typey. But, young man, your heifer does some things really well. I think she's very easy to find, very, very complete. Love her body, love her shape, love her balance. She's got some power, and I think she just pretty handily goes ahead and wins this class. I think she does so rather well. Heifer in second, big bodied. She's probably a little more breeding heifer in terms of her shape. She's flat about her shoulder, big in terms of center body. Still has some muscle to her, but not near to the degree you'd look at from a market heifer. She just really falls in that second spot of just being a high quality animal in terms of just balance and structure. Does some things really well. I like that heifer really good. Now, the red baldy heifer, she's got more muscle. She's got more stoutness than the heifer right there is set ahead of her. But for me, she just too tight in her top, gets a little up, just doesn't transition quite smooth enough. She's got the most maturity, looks to be the heaviest built heifer within the class, but just change her in terms of balance in her hind leg just a little bit for me to head and like her up there a spot. I wouldn't argue if you want to put her second. There's no way I would talk or debate a little bit in terms of the class winner. I felt that one was a very, very nice female. Next young man's heifer coming out here, and one that, she's got as a market animal. She's got some top shape. She's got some hip. She's really good at the ground. Need to probably power up just a little bit in terms of her structure and give her a little bit more flank to give her just a little more balance. Beautiful patterned heifer coming out here next. The baldy heifer, flat about her shoulder, good in her top line, good in terms of her outer profile when you look at her. Just needs a little bit more bone, a little bit more muscle, need a little more power for her to fit right here in the market heifer side of the division. But yet a very, very nice complete heifer. Young lady brings us a gold one here that's got a lot of look to her. She's long about her neck, very muscular in terms of her top. Just got to give her a little bit more lower forerib, a little bit more dimension to her rear rib and flank. But it's still, young lady did a very nice job of showing. I sure commend her. She's got a heifer. It's got some good pieces to her. Just come up a little bit short in this judge's opinion, but still did a good job, and she's still got a very good future ahead of her.
Results from feeder heifer class 6 in our blue ribbon group today: Kaylin Kubler, Lancaster County; Chaden Secutra, Sherman County; Troy Mack Secutera, Sherman County; and Claire Sievers from Wayne County. Second purple goes to Jace Fogarty from Thurston County, and first purple goes to Jet Fogarty from Thurston County. We will now bring our first purples from classes 4, 5, and 6 back to the ring to select for your champion and reserve champion feeder heifer. And we definitely want to mention and thank our sponsor for our feeder heifer classes today, and to mention, which I didn't before, they also sponsored our feeder steer class. The champion for both classes is sponsored by Bill's Volume Sales. The 4-H exhibitors for champion steer and champion heifer, the champions will receive $100 from Bill's Volume Sales, and the reserve champion receives $50 also from Bill's Volume Sales. So thank you again to all of our sponsors, especially Bill's Volume Sales, as we look at our champion.
Hey, sorry we got visiting here. Coming back for champion. Will be out of class 1. We've got Baron Strope. Class 2 will be Josie Wilson, and class 3 will be Kaylin Kubler. Following that last class, Kaylin Kubler was first. Troy Mack Secutera was second, and Chaden Secutera was third. In the other class, class 2, in class 2 heifers, first again was Josie Wilson, second was Brantley Went, third was Baron Strope. Again, we'll have champion feeder heifer here. We'll get you champion in just a minute, and then they're going to go back with the steers, and we'll have a champion overall.
Chad earned his animal science degree from Oklahoma State University in Stillwater, Oklahoma. Hawk East College in Kewanee, Illinois. Recently, Chad was inducted to the Blackhawk East's Livestock Judging Hall of Fame. Chad, we certainly appreciate you here in Nebraska today evaluating our feeder calves and onto our market show later. We will learn just a little bit more about Chad's background as we go through our market beef division, but right now we would like to welcome back our feeder calves, our heifers today from Class 1, First Purple, Baron Strope from Holt County. From Class 2, First Purple, Josie Wilson from Lincoln County. And from Class 3, First Purple, Jet Fogarty from Thurston County.
Attention in the sheep barn, this is our second call for the top two purples in classes 7 and 8 to return to the arena area. Second call for the top two purples in classes 7 and 8 Hampshire market lambs to return to the arena area. Second call.
She's got, yeah, I'd say about 20 minutes to go back in for division.
Sorry about that. I made a mistake. Class 3, the winner of Class 3 was Jet Fogarty from Thurston County in the 600 to 750 pound class, heifer weighing 696 pounds. So again, Class 1, Baron Stroke. Class 2 was Josie Wilson. Class 3, Jet Fogarty from Thurston County.
So we get the chance to talk about your market heifer show of your prospect. Boy, good division, good set of cattle. I tell you, get them class winners out there. They just got so much good to them, and it's been very competitive. And, coming from Iowa, the market heifer is a big deal, and I know it is a big deal here as we go on through their day. But, that one that won that first class, I told the young man, I walked up to him, and I said, she won her class so well, so easy that I kind of, didn't really just, study her up too much. She's beautiful in terms of her side profile. She's got a great presence to her. She's really good when you put her in motion in terms of structure. The question I've got is when we get her back out here, does she have enough maturity and body to go ahead and run with the two behind her? And that's where I've got to try to decide. There's no doubt, her structural correctness and look and presence is really, really well. The gray baldy, or the gray, she got white on her head. The gray heifer coming out of that next class, I talked about her being ready. I think she is, A1 in terms of presentation. She's got some muscularity. She's got a lot of good to her, and I like her shapeliness, her top, the way she opens up. I like her boldness as you get right in there behind her. I think she does some things really well. I talked a little bit about it, and I think where she gets out there in that class, we had that pair of gray ones that's really nice, and I do like that one that was second to her in class really well. This one here, I talk about her structure just a little bit. She wants to toe out just a little bit. We'd probably change her hoof quality a bit as we get going out here. I think, one, she could be managed through foot trimming and where we're going. But I think that's a good look and ready kind of a female. The heifer come out of that last class, and just like the first one, she won her class pretty handedly. She's a big-bodied, stout one. Got some mass to her, good in terms of her angles. You could stand her up in terms of giving her just a little bit bigger foot to stand at the ground. She's got just a little bit of navel kind of takes from her attractiveness. But, I like her power. I like her presentation. I like the way she puts some things together. So she kind of hits me where I like. But we'll take a quick look through them. Folks, give these exhibitors on this side a very nice round of applause on a nice set of market heifers.
And
The champion is going to come out of Class 3.
exhibited out of Class 6 by Jet Fogarty from Thurston County.
Jet Fogarty from Thurston County, weighing 656. I know I can find out what she is, but I got to call people yet. So anyway, Jet Fogarty wins. Coming in, pulling in for second will be Troy Mack Secretary from Sherman County. And reserves Josie Wilson out of Class 2.
She is your first purple 5, and she is also your reserve champion feeder heifer. Josie comes from Lincoln County, and she is now your reserve champion feeder heifer for the Nebraska State Fair. We will now return our champion feeder heifer and our champion feeder steer to the ring to select our grand champion overall feeder calf. We will also select a reserve champion feeder calf and then go into third place overall in the feeder calf division.
Here's your results now out of class number 10 of our commercial doe kids. Blue ribbon winners include Caleb Krager from Cass County, Isaiah Ekstrom from Merritt County, Lillian Crutchell from Saline County, Kaylee Gregory from Dodge County. Purple ribbon winners include Benjamin Prescott from Dakota County. Third purple is Katie Scott from Sheridan County. Second purple is to Riley Perez from Burke County. And first purple goes to Taya Hamilton from...
And again, as we prepare for our grand champion feeder calf overall, our grand champion is sponsored by Bill's Volume Sales. The 4-H exhibitor will receive $250. Reserve champion feeder calf is also sponsored by Bill's Volume Sale, and that 4-H exhibitor will receive $150. A few quick thank yous as we prepare for our grand champion lineup. We'd definitely like to thank our superintendents today. Ashley Benish is our Nebraska Extension Educator, 4-H Youth Development in the State 4-H office. Assistant Superintendent Steve Pritchard, Nebraska Extension Educator from Boone and Nance counties, and Caitlin Kennedy, Nebraska Extension Educator in Richardson County. Working at the ring check-in today, Sydney Williams, Extension Assistant in Thurston County, Nathan Heyman, Extension Assistant, Eastern Nebraska Research and Extension Center, and Brock Elson from Miller, Nebraska. Working our gate is Aaron Schultz from Saunders County, and he is a great volunteer. In the arena today, getting their steps in, Jennifer Hansen, Extension Educator in Thurston County, and Jamie Ankrum, Extension Assistant in Richardson County. Along with Steve Niemeyer, Extension Educator in Garfield, Loop, and Wheeler counties. Data team today is Alexa Peterson, Extension Office Manager from Webster County. And returning to the ring, we have our grand champion feeder steer, exhibited by Josie Wilson from Lincoln County, along with our champion feeder heifer, exhibited by Jet Fogarty from Thurston County. We are competing for our grand champion overall feeder calf.
As we get ready to pick your champion prospect, and we bring the steers and the market heifers back against one another, and that are again, from where I'm from, it's pretty common where we do that, so it not a lot of difference. But I think as you get out here, my compliments to all four of these exhibitors coming in a good prospect show. And I tell you, it takes a lot of effort, to get them things. And a lot of you guys are cattlemen have done it, to get one. The biggest thing on a prospect is getting one broke, getting one to show itself. And yet these kids have done a good job. They've put the time in with them. They put the effort. They've got some, look and kind. That market effort, we just talked about her. You can love her body shape. She's very stout. She's pretty mature in terms of her shape, but you love her rib, her power, her dimension. I think she's a very, very good heifer. We compare her back against a steer. She gives up a little bit more in terms of moderation of size here today, and yet and not quite the power. You get right in there behind her. But I'll tell you, that's a very good animal, very much in contention. We look at him today. Young lady, your steer out of the steer division. I talked about him being ready. He's stout-hipped. His neck comes up high out of his shoulder. you know, if we would change him, I still would like to see him transition better from his shoulder to his forerib. But his center body is good, his structure is good, his bone is good. So you put all that together, and he's some things that I sure like and looking for. Folks, give these guys a nice round of applause. We'll go ahead and pick your champion prospect with the young lady right down here on this end.
And congratulations, your overall grand champion feeder calf goes to Josie Wilson with her champion feeder steer. We will now bring in the reserve champion feeder steer belonging to Ella Platt from Cass County to select your reserve grand champion feeder calf. Josie Wilson is from Lincoln County. Congratulations, Josie. And congratulations to your reserve grand champion feeder calf. This calf comes out of the Heifer division and belongs to Jet Fogarty. Jet is from Thurston County. And again, our champion feeder calf receives $250 from Bill's Volume Sales, and the reserve champion receives $150 from Bill's Volume Sales. And our third overall feeder calf goes to Josie Wilson from Lincoln County. Congratulations, Josie. And as we are getting lined up to start our market beef divisions today, we do have 6 classes of registered beef. We will select a champion from each breed division and then have a registered steer champion and reserve champion following class 6, our all other breed class. Again, we will select breed champions from classes 1 through 6 and then bring the champions back to select an overall registered steer champion and reserve champion that will go on to compete in the final round. And we're preparing to begin our market beef divisions. Again, if family or friends are not able to join us today, make sure they're checking out the live stream at Showbarn Flix. That's showbarnflix, Flix.com. That is the live stream, the same video you can see on the west end of the arena. And now we begin our market beef classes. Currently entering the ring, Class 1, Angus steers. There are 7 exhibitors in Class 1. We will give every exhibitor a ring and then make sure to select our champion and reserve champion Angus steer. Angus steers in this class weigh from 1,200 to 1,520.
An interesting class to sort through because, to be honest, I think there's a lot of differences.
Okay, as we start the market steer, we got some British breed steers to start with. Class 1 is Angus steers, weighing from 1,200 all the way up to 1,520 pounds. The We have one class of Herefords. After this, a class of maintainers, two classes of Shorthorns, and a class of AOBs. So we got 6 classes broken out before we start with the Crossbreds. There'll be 6 classes of other breeds and breed steers showing. They've got the maintainers added and the AOBs. So I understand if there's 5 in a class, they allow you to have a breed. So again, these are the Angus steers weighing all the way. The first one in line, they do bring these in. No, they don't. I apologize. They do not bring them in catalog, but here they are, weighing from 1,200 to 1,520. Again, our judge today is Mr. Chad Holtkamp from Iowa. Chad is very successful cattle breeder and has been in the business selling breeding cattle and selling show steers for I guess all his life, as long as I know. Chad went to Black Hawk East college and then transferred and went and finished there and went to Oklahoma State. Jay was lucky enough to judge under Dan Hogue Black Hawk and Gerald Callahan at Oklahoma State, and had national champion teams. Was on national champion teams at both places. Recently, Chad was just recently awarded the Livestock Judging Hall of Fame at Black Hawk East. I know that's a pretty big honor if you know all the people that have come through Black Hawk East and Dan Hogue's program. That's a pretty big honor. Again, if you're watching the feeder calves, I was trying to be quiet, letting everybody else talk. If you were watching the feeder calves, the champion there was shown by Rosie Wilson, was a champion steer, and then the reserve, he went and picked the champion heifer of Jet Fogarty's for the reserve champion feeder. Thought they were he had a really good set of feeder calves to start our day today. It's a lot of work, especially in the 100-degree heat, as we all know. It takes a lot to bring anything out there, but to bring them babies out and have them looking as stout and fresh as they did, I think they really did an outstanding job. Again, here's our Angus steers. We'll let Mr. Holcamp look through them, and we'll be back with some results.
So we get started over here, on the market side, and we got just our one class, and for the most part, we've got a lot of heavy ones. A young lady that kind of rounds up the class. He's a really good steer, but boy, you just when we've expanded these weights a little bit, when you got a 1,200 pounder against some of these 1,1500s, he gets looking a little bit more like a baby calf. But we'll talk about him as we get out here and go. The steer that I go ahead and start with, and we talked about that. Tim Burke, I think we did beforehand. We talked about weights and let them carry themselves. This is a quality individual. This calf is fed well, 1,520 pounds, but he handles it well. He's still fresh. He's got some indicators of fat. When you look at his brisket, he handles really good in terms of his top. When we talk about cattle, we talk about muscle balance and finish, and then we talk about where we're at in terms of structure. I think he just marks the boxes on all those categories really well, and I like that. And I just think he's the good place to start. That's good cattle, a lot of good product in him, and I sure like him. Now, young lady, I like your steer here. This calf here has got more of that show steer presence, and I'm going to give you a premium a little bit because he probably needs a little more muscle and he needs a little more condition when I get my hands on him. But when I stand back and look at the care and job you did taking care of him this summer, I appreciate that. I like his look. He's ultra cool in terms of his balance from the side, clean about his front end. You talk about uniformity of body depth. He's so good from that full rib back to his rear rib and flank. He's square about his build. He just ain't fresh enough in terms of the amount of conditioning he has. You get your hands on him. Needs just a shot more muscle and power. But boy, that young lady, again, I can't compliment her enough to say she did a really good job. Young man here has got a really good, solid, basic, good feeding calf. He said he's a home-raised steer. That's a June steer. He's done well. He gives that look of freshness to his head. He's got a lot of doability, a lot of power to him. I like that about him. He doesn't really blow you away in any one area, but when you put it together and you handle him right there behind his shoulder, he opens up with a big old top right in there. I think he's true and fresh and complete. Giving that young man a hard time a little bit, but a very, very good individual. Young man coming out here next, and you talk about, I heard him talk a little bit about a body density maybe over there in the goat show, and you want to talk about body density. This whole calf right here, he's moderate size, but he's packing some weight in there. His weight is of market kind. I do like that. He's probably just a little low to the ground for me, just a little bit, and it's not so much him as you get his counterparts, you get a little more moderate. We've got to get these cattle, up there to heavy weight. I did leave this young man in the purple ribbon group like I told him. The calf may be moderate, but he done a really good job of feeding him. He is full. He's ready. He handles to the touch with some condition. I can appreciate that. I like his kind. He can't really do a whole lot in terms of his frame, other than selection on that end, but that's a really very nice steer. This old calf here, you talk about power. He's got dimension. He's got rib. Some things you might look at him from the side, think he needs to be up a spot or two, but you get right up on him, and I just got to change his shoulder design. He opens up too much at the base of his shoulder, gets a little bit wide. That standpoint, little bulldog kind of to say in terms of his front end. But he's stout-bodied, square-built, good in terms of muscularity, got some shape, does a nice job. Very attractive trim steer coming out here next, and I like him in terms of his top line. It's his structures where I start and stop on him. He gets too straightforward in terms of his front shoulder, a little far at his knee. He's still fresh in terms of his pattern and got a really nice look. Like I talked about, this young lady kind of takes kind of short end of the straw steer. You could still move him a little bit in terms of mobility a little higher, but he just gives up too much mass and power to the rest of them good fed cattle. But still, Blue Ribbon Group, give those young Angus exhibitors a nice round of applause. We start out here in a good steer show.
And we will have full class placings available.
Okay, winning class. Angus steers, and he will be the champion, would be Graydon Forbes from Buffalo County. Second, and also the automatic reserve champion, would be Addison Dalrymple from Custer County. Third would be Lander Forbes from Buffalo County. Fourth, Clay White from Pierce County. Fifth would be Nicholas Rohr from Frontier County. Sixth would be McKenna Carr, Webster County. Seventh is Austria Adams from Nance County. Coming in now, obviously, is our Hereford steers. They're weighing 1275 to 1455. And this again will be the automatic champion in reserve. They won class at Hereford steers.
And results from our Angus steer class. In the blue ribbon group today, Nicholas Rohr from Frontier County, McKenna Carr from Webster County, and Austria Adams from Nance County. Receiving purple ribbons today, Lander Forbes from Buffalo County and Clay White from Pierce County.
out here in your Hereford drive, if we could get as we go through and give quite a few purples in here, because I think there's some quality and we have some good and just some differences in terms of just maturity, shape, and kind. And congratulations, young man, for champion Hereford steer. And I think one that as he comes back out here, I just kind of felt as you come back off the side, you watch him go, he just becomes a calf to go ahead and tie to, just from a muscle and in a balance standpoint, the way he holds himself together. I think he's fresh in terms of just his shape at that weight. He's still got some boldness to his rib. He's got some muscularity to his top. And I just think he does some things, really well from that standpoint. We can still tweak his structure just a little bit. But as we get out here talking about structure amongst this group of cattle, I think, we could tweak them all just a little bit. But he's good from that regard. Don't take anything away from there. I think that's just a very, very good steer. And congratulations again for being your champion. Number reserve champion in this division, I think he does it in terms of the, have a little give and take. I'd like to give him a little bit more muscle, but you just look at him from a soundness of body, completeness standpoint, one cattle that just proportions really well, as I think where I just kind of found him to fit right there in that next spot. I just think he's better in terms of his midrib and definitely better in his front shoulder and knee than is the calf that comes right in there behind him. I love the muscularity of this calf that comes out here in third. He's big-hipped. He's stout-backed. Young lady, you talk about somebody with passion and intensity. She really gives it her all, and you're trying to show everything out of it, because there's parts of him, when you look at his top and his hip, that you could debate about him to be the champion. For me, and you're doing your best you can do, he just gets a little far forward that shoulder. He wants to get too far forward that front knee for me here today. But I love his cut ability. I like his muscularity. I like that shape about him. I think he's just a good calf fit right there in that spot, where we get out there. And he just borderline of, where we could go ahead and, maybe tumble him down a little bit. The calf coming out here next is, he's sound, he's complete, he's smooth. He's a lighter weight one of this group, but he's 100 pounds heavier than was the Angus I talked about in that class before. And I think his structural correctness and balance, if you take this calf and give him 100 more pounds, I think that's probably your champion breed steer out here. I think he just needs more of him. He still just needs a little bit more power, a little more dimension, but I like his structural correctness. I like his shape and kind. I like his body, and that's where he worked up and still fits right up there in that group. Young man steer coming out here next. I think top shape-wise, you get your hands on him, he is stout and burly in terms of his back. I like that about him. But when I get him off to the side, he's a little dried out in terms of his rib, and I'm going to change that front shoulder angle as well. He, too, gets a little too far forward in his knee, does some awkward things I don't like to see when we get him off on the side view, but yet still a very, very nice calf. Young lady here, and here's a calf that got a lot of good to him. I still left him in the purple ribbon group. The reason I did, that thing's got a beautiful hair coat. She's done a good job of taking care of him. He's probably fresh, I guess you could say, in there, but in the same sense, when you say fresh, he's still too green, doesn't open up with enough muscle right in there behind his shoulders. And for me, you got to be opened up behind your shoulders as a market animal to be good, and that's where I would change that calf. Beautiful in terms of pattern, look, and kind, and just a competitive class of those out here. Next pair of steers have some things we'd obviously change on them. They're still smooth made, still got some shape to them, but they just need more body, a little bit more days on feed to power up and get a little bit more market ready. But some things that we still like about them. Young lady steer coming on next, smooth made calf. Holds his top up, keeps him around as he gets around the ring. We just change him on both ends from his structure. But again, very nice class. We compliment those. Give those guys a nice round of applause. They head out there in another good breed division.
Okay, and the champion,
And in our second
and
class
be the
of
automatic
Market Week
champion,
today, our
Hereford.
steer class. In the blue ribbon
The winner
group
was
from
Weston
Sherman County, Landry
Stemick
Luce.
from
And
Pierce.
from Pierce County,
And the
Alexandria
reserve
Huwalt.
was
Receiving purple ribbons today,
Cooper
Madison
Lindstrom
Linneman
from
Franklin
Phelps County. And
Wyatt
we've been
Stemick
talking.
from Pierce
Third
County.
was Kinsley Bremer.
from Nance County.
And
Weston
that was
Stemick
actually
from Pierce
Kiera
County.
Bremer showing
Your
it.
reserve
So
champion Hereford steer belongs
anyway,
to
one of the
Cooper
Bremer girls.
Lindstrom
Fourth
from Phelps
was
County.
Alexander
And
Huwalt.
congratulations
Fifth
to your
was
champion
Wyatt
Hereford
Stemick.
steer,
Sixth was
exhibited by Weston
Madison
Stemick
Linneman.
from Pierce County.
And seventh was Landry Luce.
Champion breed divisions receive incentives
We do
from
know
Bill's Volume
that
Sales
the
and Farm Credit Services of America. And in addition,
champion,
our
I'm sitting there,
Herefords do
Barry
receive
Schomburg
cash
joined me, and he
awards
said he
from
thought
Nebraska
the
Hereford
reserve.
Association.
I know Raylan
Entering the ring now, Class 3
What's her
maintainer
sister? The Rip
steers.
sisters raised the champion, or the reserve champion, the Lindstrom steer.
And we do have 5
And we
exhibitors
got a
in
little
Class
debate.
3.
Barry's from Pierce, and we figured we'd know for sure, but we figure either the Lindstrom steer had to be either a McMahon calf or maybe from the Hualt family that also was exhibiting that calf. So if anybody knows for sure, we're betting on McMahon because they were over there looking, but who knows? I thought it was interesting in that last class, Barry, he talked about leaving the one on the purple ribbon because he had some hair and he could tell that the girl cared, and I think that was awesome. I like that thought, and I like it a whole bunch. I mean, that's a big deal to me. I mean, these kids are working, and we've been through a 100-degree heat for the last 8-9 days, and you still got people like that are working that hard and trying that hard. I mean, I think a lot of credit goes to that, and those kids deserve to be recognized for that. And now in the ring, we've got maintainer steers weighing 1305 to 1470, and one class of these, and then we'll have a couple classes of shorthorns coming up next. We'll have our shorthorn expert here, so we'll know all about them.
Ex-Shorthorn expert.
Ex-Shorthorn? Yeah, you're still 3BC on there.
Yeah.
We got, let's see, we've got 4 out here, and we must have a scratch on here somewhere. We got exhibitor 186 is Annalyn Beach. 1473, Josie Johnson is here. 1183, Riley Codner. 275 would be Kay Robinson. So we assume 14, we have one scratch. And these are a little tighter weight, 1305 to 1470. Again, 4 head in the glass.
See over here at your market steer show, I believe we got maintainer steers out here, and boy, we're going to have a high quality one come out of this here division. I tell you, that one there's just got a show steer look to you. He will grab your attention right off the get-go, and if whether it be color, but boy, that calf is impeccable in terms of balance, incredible in terms of structure. I like his freshness. I like his presentation. I like the work the young man did taking care of that calf. That things like that just don't happen to get one quite ready to go yet. So that's a very, very high quality steer that I think handles himself really well. And he's just so impressive when you talk about, and I talk about cattle, you talk about balance all day long, but you talk about, go ahead and keep him moving, young man. Go ahead and take him on out of here. But balance really maintains when you put them in motion. When you get cattle to maintain their balance in motion, that's truly cattle that kind of match up what we're supposed to. Your reserve champion in this division, not maybe wanting to work a little bit, but just a big, stout, burly calf. I tell you, he's big-backed, stout hip. He's still good in terms of full rib to rear flank, not near as perfectly smooth as our class winner. Didn't set back quite, and you'd change his toes a little bit from a movement standpoint. But I could probably change or tweak structure on all three of them, so we kind of let that alone. Then the next big-bodied stout one's the one that becomes a reserve. The steer in third, to me, is one that standing there probably needs to be second when you look at him and study him that way. When you get on there, he's a foot trimming away from moving up a spot. As I watch him go, he kind of drops his head a little bit, gets underneath there. Really, really want to change his hoof quality on his fine two legs. He just wants to roll underneath himself, get underneath himself from a structure standpoint. But I loved his body and mass and power, and that's where we went ahead and left him in the purple ribbon group. Told this young lady here with this baldy calf, we handled him. He is big-backed. He's attractive from his color pattern standpoint. I like his muscularity. He's got a lot of quality. He is really nice. When I get him out here and put him in motion, I got to soften him up in terms of his body, soften him up in terms of his structure. He just needs to have more flexibility and more go off his hind leg. You did a great job of showing him. You fed him. He's got a big back. He's stoutness, just some things that we come up short. That was a really nice class. That's the toughest of the steer classes we've had here so far. So my compliments to you on a good class, good division, nice set of steers.
Yeah, and I'd say Chad nailed that one. Casey Robinson wins that class. Second was Clara Johnson from Lancaster County. Third, Annalyn Beach, and fourth was Riley Codner. And we do know the Casey Robinson calf was an Ain't Bluffin' steer sold by Joe Leo last fall. I got calves had a pretty good year all year, and Chad sure nailed him on the head and seemed like he really liked him, and rightfully so. I mean, he kind of looks like he won that class for fun. I mean, really good animal in a tough division. So anyway, we still are not sure. We still are not sure on our champion Hereford, where he came from. We do know that the Rip sisters raised a reserve. The Lindstrom showed. We'll try to get all of that figured out by the time we have the champion lineup. But anyway, not taking anything away, that steer that won that last class in the maintainers was just super stout. I thought I remember him selling as a baby, and he was good as a baby. He's still good now, And but come from a good friend Joel. Joel's having a sale here coming up in a couple 3 weeks, so that'll be a good shot in the arm. I'm going to have a sale on SE here, I think about the 20th of September.
as we get out here in your Shorthorn drive, and just got 3 animals out here to look and talk about. And I think it's pretty logical. I think as you stand back and look in terms of, come with the placing. Young man here, the big spotted calf, comes out, and I think he's the big proud one. He just opens up right there behind his shoulders with a big old top. He's got some thickness to him. I think he's by far the best in terms of balance. I like his extra extension. He's still smooth made, got some shape to him. So congratulations to you, young man, for a champion breed here at the Nebraska State Fair. The red calf, a little more moderate, real stout, muscular calf. I like that about him. He's got a little bit more condition on him. With that, he probably just gets pushing a little bit more right there up in his shoulder. I just didn't see quite the balance relative to his chest floor to his rear flank, and that's where we'd like to probably change him to make him just a little bit more appealing to the other one out there. But a steer in third, young man doing a good job. He's got him broke well, calls him Husker. I like that about him, and he's straight and square down his top. I just got to give him a little bit more bone, a little bit more muscle. But yeah, still did a nice job. Again, I compliment you for coming out here and doing a good job of showing here at the State Fair.
And in the Shorthorn steer class, Class 4, receiving a blue ribbon today, Mostyn Meyer from Howard County. Your reserve champion Shorthorn steer belongs to Lizzie David of Dawson County, and your champion Shorthorn steer is exhibited by Tanner Hansen of Dixon County. Moving into Class 5, Shorthorn Plus steers. Steers in this class weigh between 1275 and 1440. 4 exhibitors in this class. Following our Shorthorn Plus class, we will have Class 6, all other breeds. After the champions selected for both of these classes, we will bring our champions back to select our registered steer champion and reserve champion.
as we get, my compliments to these Shorthorn Plus exhibitors. They bring us four very nice steers that do have some differences of kind and have some decisions that you're going to have to make. But the steer to go ahead and start with, and I believe you said a young lady owns the calf. She's over on the other side, young man filling in for showmanship. But, I think he's a good logical place to go ahead and start this class with. I think he matches up, in terms of some of them combination of show steer things we like. He's very attractive. He's fresh in terms of, appearance and hair coat. He's still good in terms of top and hip. I like that about him really well. He's as good in terms of just hoof quality. He gets just maybe a little awkward in terms of going off his rear hock just a little bit, but I tell you, that's a very good steer to go ahead, and my compliments to them, doing a nice job of feeding him. Good way to take care of him. The reserve steer in this division, I tell you, he's not maybe just as flashy as far as, one of hair coat probably either side of him, but, from just a big-bodied, stout, practical, good fed steer, I think that's where he goes ahead and finds his way there in that second hole. He's better in terms of hoof quality, his foot, and still has some balance, some mass, and just kind of good cattle. I like that about him, probably a little softer. Steer in third is one that you could probably move him up a spot if you're wanting to talk about attractiveness up in his front end, a little bit of shapeliness in terms of his top. For me, he's just a little coarser in terms of his rear hock. His structure up on his front end, I'd definitely like to change and make him truer, both straight ahead and better in his knee. Red baldy calf standing there, you like his muscularity. Just from a structure standpoint, we got to change that calf a little bit.
Okay, winning the Shorthorn Pluses is Kinsley White from Douglas Sarpy County, steer weighing 14-15. Big old blue roan steer, looks like he sure enough was sure right for the part. Pushed pretty hard. He had a nice top pair there. Aubrey Jensen from Pierce, Nebraska, was second with a steer weighing 14-40. I appreciate the weight and size on them. Them cattle sure enough handled their weight well, and I think like Judge said, I mean they look like a good pair. So again, Kinsley White first, Aubrey Jensen second, third was Aliyah Beach, and fourth was Claire Sievers from Wayne. Coming in now, we've got an all other breeds class, which I don't know. The whole thing's kind of been all the other breeds, but I guess that's, I mean.
Class 6, all other breed steers. Steers in this class weigh between 1290 and 1455.
What the big voice lady said. We got Voice Rage coming in now of 1290 to 1455. Connor Shiflett, Lauren Johnson, Patty Homestead, Bowden Bush with 2 entries, and Cole Albert in this class. AOB steers 1290 to 1455. And I apologize. I had the judges' reasons turned down by mistake. I'm sorry. Winning that class was Lauren Johnson. Second, Bowden Bush. Third, Cole Albert. Fourth would be Paisley Homestead. Fifth would be Bowden Bush's other entry. And sixth would be Connor Shiflett. Now we're going to select the champion and reserve of the registered, or the breed steers, I guess, all other breeds, and papered livestock, I guess you want to say.
Shorthorn Plus, and all other breeds to compete for our Division I registered steer champion and reserve.
Okay, so we've got coming back here out of the Angus division, we have Graydon Forbes. Coming back with a Hereford steer, Weston Stemick. Maintainer steer, Casey Robinson. Shorthorn steer, Tanner Hansen. Shorthorn Plus, Kinsley White. And the steer you just saw in the AOB division, Lauren Johnson. Again, I apologize for having the judge's microphone turned down in the last class.
Here at the 2023 4-H division of the Nebraska State Fair. And as everything gets organized, we want to take just a few minutes to make sure that we recognize everyone behind the scenes. Like I said yesterday during the Breeding Beef Show, if you're looking at the outside of a market beef show, it is like the tip of the iceberg, and this is the calm, and the storm is usually behind the scenes, and we appreciate everyone managing the storm behind the scenes. Obviously, our parents, friends, family, and supporters of all the youth, making sure they made it to Grand Island to exhibit today. We thank all of you for your time and dedication. And of course, we'd like to thank everyone who's working to make sure everyone is eligible to come into the ring. Our ringman today, Steve Niemeyer, extension educator in Garfield, Loop, and Wheeler counties. Our UNL livestock judging team members who are coached by Blaine French, keeping all of our youth organized and lined up so the judge can effectively make his decisions. DNA collectors, Steve Pritchard, Nebraska extension educator from Boone and Nance counties. Our blow and go checker behind the scenes, Emily Soul, extension educator, Merrick and Hamilton counties. Our wayback official, Kimberly Cook, Nebraska extension educator from Hitchcock, Hayes, and Dundee counties. Our data team here at the announcer stand, Alexa Peterson, Nebraska extension office manager in Webster County. Our arena stewards, again, getting their exercise today, Jennifer Hansen, Nebraska extension educator in Thurston County, and Jamie Ankrum, extension assistant in Richardson County. Working our gate, Aaron Schulz, volunteer from Saunders County. And our ring check-in, Sydney Williams, extension assistant in Thurston County. Nathan Heyman, extension assistant at the Eastern Nebraska Research and Extension Center. Brock Elson from Miller, Nebraska. And our assistant superintendents today, Steve Pritchard, extension educator in Boone and Nance counties. Caitlin Kennedy, extension educator in Richardson County. And our beef superintendent, Ashley Benish, Nebraska extension educator in 4-H youth development located at the Nebraska State 4-H office. And of course, our judge today doing an excellent job as he's working through our steers today. He worked through our feeder calves earlier. Chad Holtkamp joining us today from West Point, Iowa. And we are ready to start the champion drive to select our Division I registered steer champion. Returning champion Angus steer, exhibited by Graydon Forbes from Buffalo County. Your champion Hereford steer, exhibited by Weston Stemick from Pierce County. Champion maintainer steer, exhibited by Coy Robinson from Lincoln County. Champion shorthorn steer, exhibited by
Still fresh in terms of his top. You know, we can bear back the rest of them. Maybe needs a little bit more bone comparatively, but that's a very good Angus steer that's been fed well, done a good job. The Hereford steer, one that, you like his boldness in his body. That was a good division. I give a lot of purples in that group of steers. I thought they was a nice set. That calf covers the basics well. He's still got a hair coat, gives us a nice, attractive look. Not near as attractive, maybe in terms of a little less of neck compared to some cattle on either side, but a very, very nice steer. The main steer, that was a good division. I know we got the one to reserve. We didn't get him weighed back in here, but that's just a good calf. He's got a show steer look. He's sound. He gets it. He pretty well does some things to me to a very, very high degree. Young man in Shorthorn division, I just, congratulations. He done a good job, got a good calf. He gives us a good look. He's big in terms of his back. Got to power him up a little bit compared to a few others, but he's fed good. He's good in terms of his body. The Blue Roan is another one of the ones that you talk about in terms of in contention. He's got a really good look to him. He's got some balance. He got some eye appeal. You'd change him a little bit in terms of how he comes off his hind two legs. I'd like to clean him up in terms of his rear hock just a little bit. But, boy, you cannot argue the fact that he's got a good, fresh look in terms of his neck and front end. He's got a good squareness and stoutness in terms of his top. The steer comes out of the AOB steer, really well-haired, real clipped one. Give up a little bit in terms of weight, but still gives us that good show steer look that we talk about. I like his muscularity and freshness. I'd change his structure a little bit and keep him together a little bit in terms of his front shoulder and like to give him a little bit more lower quarter, but that's a very, very good steer. And my congratulations to a stout set of steers. So put your hands together, give these the exhibitors a nice warm congratulations.
And your champion steer, showed by Casey Robinson, actually. The champion steer comes out of the maintainer division. Casey Robinson, calf sired by Ain't Bluffin' that come from Joe Leo. And we had a weigh out. Clara Johnson weighed out, so coming into contention for reserve maintainer, that moves up Anna Lynn Beach from Odo County in contention for reserve. And he's going to use the Hereford reserve champion. Reserve champion is our Hereford steer, shown by Weston Stemick from Pierce County, we believe. Pretty sure that steer was sold by Brian McMahon and Sons Herefords. All right, so anyway, we're going to start with moving into the crossbred steers. Again, champion Casey Robinson out of the main Anjus with an Ain't Bluffin' son from Jolio. Reserve was which Stemick? Weston Stemick from Pierce with his Hereford. All right, we're starting now with class 1 of the crossbred steers. Have 15 crossbred steer classes. Coming in now, class 7 crossbred steers that are weighing 1,100 to 1,171.
We will be moving now into our crossbred division. We do have 3 crossbred division champions. In our first set, Division 1, we do have 3 classes. Classes 7, 8, and 9 crossbred steers. Winners will come together to select our Division 1 crossbred steer champion and reserve. We will be seeing larger classes in our crossbred division. In Class 7, we have 9 exhibitors lining up behind the scenes. Again, Classes 7, 8, and 9 will come together to form our Division 1 crossbred steer champion and reserve. We will have Classes 10 through 12 in Division 2, and Classes 13 through 15 will make up Division 3. Following that division, we will Select Market Heifer Champion in Reserve. And this is Class 7 Crossbred steers. The calves in this class weigh between 1,100 and 1,171. And again, there are 9 exhibitors in Class 7.
as we get started over here at the Crossbred show in this first division is we're kind of going to working through and, trying to do something just a little different. These big classes, I still like looking at cattle, what I like best in terms of quality. So we're going to ask a few of them to move forward. I'll get them in front of the line, and we can kind of go through and sort. It just kind of worked out pretty well. In this lighter weight class, we got some give and take in terms of maturity, give and take in terms of structure. But to steer to win, I think does so pretty handedly when you look at him just covering the basics. He's still fresh in terms of his look. He's not near market ready in terms of weight, but he's putting some condition on. He's good in terms of shape down his top, out there through his hip. He looks good there. His angles are good in terms of his structure. You just look when he gets out there, there's times he's got a little scar on his one hind leg. He just maybe doesn't want to step down and drive off of that hind leg quite as well as I'd like to see. But, boy, I think he's just a good logical place to start. The black steer coming out here next. He's very attractive. He's just got that presence where his neck comes up high out of his shoulder. He needs to be softened in terms of his body, but we also got to remember these are 1,100 pounders. He's still got room to get there and fill out. For me as an individual, I think he needs more rib shape and more rear rib and flank to be a little more competitive. But still, his extra look, and I think where he's at this stage for this weight, is probably a little more acceptable versus the steer behind us that's a little further in terms of his maturity, a little stouter, got a little more condition to him, and I think he's going to end at a quicker weight where I think that one, more days on feed, he can get up there closer to them 1,400 pound in terms of weight. This one's got some body density. Where I'd change him, I'd like to thicken him up right there in the top side of his hip. I thought he narrowed in terms of his pins just a little bit. Got a little extra tail head, a little extra sharpness to his hock. But as far as positive, he's a good-bodied, good square-built one. Nice-haired, stout-legged one coming out here next. A little quicker in terms of you study his front forearm, his front cannon bone, a little bit shorter, got some tail head. I didn't think he probably had as much muscle as the cattle right there ahead of him, but I still like his basic build, and that's kind of what draws my attention to, and that's where he kind of ends up in that spot. We've got a real stout, muscular steer. He is very shapely, I think is the best way to describe this calf. He is big-topped and thick-ended. Now, part of that there with that shapeliness, he probably gets a little more tubular in terms of his rear rib and flank and kind of gets a little out of balance when we get out there and start drawing them cattle in there. I think is where I'd change him a little bit. But I love that shape and cutability he's going to have as a market steer on down the road. The blue roan calf, I tell you, body shape and composition's good. I just question his rear hocks. He's got some swelling there. He bows out in terms of his legs. We just like to change him from that standpoint. But he's fed well. You done good. He's got some shape and fullness to his midsection, I think, from a good standpoint. But you just change his structure. The gray calf, if this calf could move, it'd be one that'd be a class winner because he is square. He may be moderate, but he's square and bold and got some expression in terms of his muscling. We put him in motion, too restricted off both ends to move up any higher. Black calf coming out here next. Needs a little more body to give him some balance. I like his top shape. I like his muscularity. I like his hip. But you just got to give him a little bit more. As he comes with maturity, I think one that you brought him back out here in 60 days, he probably moves himself up the line quite a little bit. To me, just to kind of run out of balance. Young man here's got his hands full trying to get this old calf to kind of cooperate with him. He's a long-bodied calf, just green in terms of shape, needs a little bit more power. But a good way to start out as we get ourselves into the Crossbred show here at Nebraska State Fair. Excited for this division.
And results from Class 7 Crossbred Market Steers receiving blue ribbons today. Kenley Fadig from Lincoln County, Austin Yoakum from Hall County, Brooke Hansen from Dixon County, Henry Velasic from Washington County, and Newt Smith from BKR County. Second purple goes to Trey Logan from Burt County, and first purple to Piper Kerner from Lincoln County. Purple ribbons also go to Kenley Fadig from Lincoln County and Brennan Mickey from Hamilton County. And currently lined up, we have Class 8 Crossbred steers. Weight on these steers, 1203 to 1248. There are 8 exhibitors in Class 8. Or 10 exhibitors, depending on how I count. Looks like 10 exhibitors in Class 8.
Well, again, I compliment all these steer exhibitors. A pretty good, challenging class here to go. And I thought there's just a lot of uniformity, some things that you can do, and, some spots I'm going to say that are probably debatable if you want to get in there and talk about from a debate standpoint. Steer to go ahead and start with. I think he does so just from a balance and kind standpoint. You put him in motion of this group, he's the one that maintains the most amount of shape and still moves out and gives us some balance that we look and talk about. I just like his extra quality. Not probably as stout and matured in terms of that center body of the steer's second and third, the gray ones right there behind him, but we're still at these low 1,200-pound weights that they're still not quite mature enough. He's got time to fill in from that standpoint, but I just thought a good logical spot to start. I told the young man he does have a steer that's fed well. He's awesome in terms of his body. I like him from a muscularity in the upper part of his skeleton. We get him out here, put him in motion. I think for him to maintain that balance, he needs a little bit more definition there to his lower quarter, be a little deeper in terms of his lower quarter and stifle. It needs to be just a little stouter structure to match up on his body. But where that calf is exceptional, when you talk about center body, fore rib to rear rib and flank, he does some things really, really good from that design. Young lady, you're steering third. When we just look at him standing there, you talk about one that's got some starting to put a little bit of shape on. He's stout and good and burly in terms of the upper part of his rib shape, carries his rib shape down below. He's got some thickness to him. I like that about him. But when we put him in motion, just a little bit too uncoordinated off of both ends for me to go ahead and like him any higher. But as we get into a draft of cattle that we're going to change him from a structure standpoint, so then we just go back and judge him on body composition, I think that's where that gray steer ends up in third. Steer coming out here next is one that's clean in terms of his lines. I like his hip. He's got some boldness there to his top. He's got some explosion. You get right in there behind him in terms of thickness from his hooks to his pins and some dimension there. Now, if he would, we're not going to pick on structure all day long, but he could move a little better and have a little bit deeper flank. A very stout, muscular one coming out here next. He's slicker and tighter hearted. I just need to soften him up a little bit. He's a little extra amped up, in terms of that muscle. He's good in terms of rib shape, but just make him a little softer in there. He's a little more masculine in terms of his head. As we look at there, just one, I just see more of a, maybe not making that choice or higher grade there with that kind of muscularity, but he's got cutability, and I do like and appreciate those things there about him. Next year coming out here is good in terms of midsection again when you talk about balance of body. Needs a little more flank, got a little extra tail head, and a little more conservative in terms of his pattern. I'd like to extend him out just a little bit more, and I think that's where his conservative shortness of body gets him into this lighter weight class, because I think you got to have that extra extension to get up in some heavier weights where he's got, starting to get a look of marketability. The gray calf, or the white Charlet Aperion calf, stout hip, stout, massive in terms of top. I like that about him. But we get back in here, one that opens up in terms of his shoulder. I'm just not comfortable the way he gets in terms of his front knee for me to use him any higher. But I like his muscularity, the carcass characteristics that he does possess. Did a nice job of presenting him, and we sure can appreciate that. Another young lady does a very good job from a presentation standpoint. Gives us a really good look, and I think she gets him set up from the side. He does some things really well, and I appreciate what you're doing there. And I like your calf in terms of the way he comes up top side of his shoulder. Where I get is all in his hip to his hind leg. He needs a little bit more lower quarter. He needs to just set his hind leg a little bit down. He's not as attractive in terms of his structure, which throws him out of balance. So that's where we kind of come up short there. But I did enjoy watching you show. You did a very good job of presenting your calf and need to be commended for that. Next year coming out, again, one gets a little bit rounded in terms of shape, has some muscularity, just needs a little more rear rib and flank. The real tight-haired one coming out here next, smooth-made calf, got some top, just run out of balance and kind for us to compete any higher. But again, nice class crossbred steers.
And results of Class 8 crossbred steers receiving blue ribbons today. Tyron Ray from Merritt County, Reagan Hovey from Hamilton County, Jax Bergen from Hamilton County, Addison Grote-Lucien from Platte County, Dayton Pullman from Gage County, Cruz Jones from Buffalo County, Molly Lambert from Cass County, Trina Pearson from Dawson County, Your second purple goes to Garrett Scholes from Phelps County, and your first purple to Fiona Caven from Saunders County. Entering the ring now, Class 9 Crossbred steers. Steers in this class weigh between 1254 and 1285. This is our final class before we go into our Division I Crossbred Steer Champion selection. Again, following this class, we will select for our Crossbred Steer Champion and Reserve before continuing on with our larger weight Crossbred Steer classes.
as we get out here in last class of your division of your lightweight Division I steers, really a nice pair of calves here we can talk about and look, and we've got some things to debate about a little bit. Then after that, I maybe just jump around a little bit, but I think if you just kind of, follow my logic, and I'll give you some things that we talk about that we can come up with. So now both these two steers, I'm going to probably critique them just a little bit again in terms of structure. So then I think when you go through and you say, okay, we're going to go through and do that and just judge them body composition, then when you do that, this red steer is the one to go ahead and win this class. I think he is so good in terms of just body balance when you look and study him that way. He's powerful in terms of his center body. He's got muscularity to his top. His neck comes up high to his shoulder. I do like that about him. He's moderate in terms of size, so he's starting to show some maturity from that standpoint. I like it. You look at there again, you kind of start him at his feet, and we just change his front end structure is probably the biggest thing that I look and have to overcome for me to just say, hey, he's an absolute easy winner. The steer in second, he probably comes up here and maintains his top a little bit better on the balance. On the balance, we put him in motion. I think he's a little more correct in the upper part of his hip. I think he still has some angle, but he too opens up a little bit in terms of his shoulder. I like his balance, and he gets right down to it where you like his balance and shape. I just need a little bit more muscle compared to that red calf that was stood right there ahead of him, but a very nice steer. As I came out and went ahead, and when you stand back from the side, if you did and watched I go, we just got a good calf here in third. And I know he's pretty natural in terms of hair and presentation, but he naturally balances up pretty well. I think he maintains his balance good when we put him on the go. He's good in terms of turn to his top. Neck comes out of his shoulder. He's solid in terms of his angles. I think if you just give him a little different hair coat, I think one that could probably be very competitive in this class because I think he covers the basics of just good cattle fit right there in that third spot. The steer here in fourth is one you like a lot about when he's standing still. He's longer bodied, he's big bodied. I like that about him, but for me, just doesn't have enough muscle right in there behind his shoulders in his forerib. Gets a little awkward in terms of the way he comes a little wide in terms of his base. Gets outside himself a little more than I'd like to see from a structure standpoint. Next year here, a very muscular calf. I just like to smooth him up a little bit, but I like his top. I like his thickness, his power, and just a good, solid, basic, kind of a powerhouse steer that kind of fits right in there. A little more moderate. When you get in there, I still, from a critical standpoint, where I would change him, I change his tail head, change his rear hock. I like to just give him a little more natural flex and shape, but I like his market characteristics he does possess. Next year coming out here again, a little bigger frame calf, got a little bit more extension to him, got some top, got some body, and like his midsection. Where he just runs out of balance when you talk about just more masculine in terms of his head. He just needs to be a little more length in terms of his front end to balance him up a little bit versus his lower quarter, I think is where he runs up a little bit shy. But a good calf, he did a good job with him. The Charolais steer coming next, a bigger frame, longer bodied, high cutability, very muscular steer. I like that extra shape he does have. I've got to soften him up in terms of his midsection. He's got a lot of room to go. I think that calf there, by the time he reaches his market point, he's going to be in the mid 1,600 pounds. I think he just need a little more days on feed for him to get there, and it'll relax him a little bit in his shoulder as well. Next year coming out here, a calf that, he's thick-topped again, and these next three kind of get into balance a little bit. He's a little shorter, a little bit rounder hipped. Just like to change him from that standpoint. The Tiger Stripe calf here is fed well. I think he's got some condition on him. He's probably got as much market readiness in terms of top and condition. I just changed him from a balance standpoint to make him more competitive, but he's still got some basics. Did a good job of feeding him, and we can always live with that. Young lady there, bringing up the class, one that just got some structure issues, kind of painful for me to watch him go as he comes off of his front end. She said he's a little shorter toed up front, rolls out. Almost has that look of being foundered to me as he watch him go around. So definitely change him from that standpoint there. But again, very, very nice class here in your Crossbred show.
Results.
Okay, sorry about that. We've been gone. This Timber here helping out when I can here with Showbarn. had to get away for a minute and kind of help promote a little bit with the elite beef program we have going on here. Johnny Johnson, he'll be up here later to talk to me, but Johnny's really got a great deal going. Told me he's raised over, we've been doing it since 2001, raised $344,000 for the kids showing. Okay, so results of Class 9. First went to Matea Roberts, Lincoln County. Second to Brighton Kulik of Kimball, Banner County. Third was Addison Mowinkle. Fourth, Grady Druckey. Fifth, Javen Erickson. Sixth was Ellie Janning. Seventh was Casey Olson. Eighth, Jack Koning. And ninth, Braxton May. We're winning the class, and will be coming in next is Matea Roberts. Okay, coming back is our first division, Class 1. Will be Piper Kerner from Lincoln County, weighing 1,170 pounds. Class 2 would be Fiona Caven from Saunders County. Her steer weighs 1,220 pounds. And the winner of the class, you just saw the third class, which would be Class 9 of the day, was Matea Roberts from Lincoln County. Her big red steer standing in the middle. Her steer weighs 1,275. Pulling in for seconds behind them as we see them, two grays and a black one. The gray steer in the lead would be Trey Logan out of the first division. She'd be second in the Class 7. Garrett Schultz, the one in the middle, would be second out of Class 8. And Brighton Kulik comes in for second, was second in Class 9. Again, we Judge Holtkamp been, as far as my concern, dead on with the reasons, and for rightfully so. Chad has got a wealth of experience and a huge lot. I mean, he comes from a family. He's done this all his life and showed, sold, and raised championship caliber livestock all over the United States, and he's judged them. Here's Chad Holtkamp.
As we get out here in this first division, and we get, just take around there and set him up on the side there, young lady. You know, we've had a little bit more challenges I go through, and, and getting comfortable in terms of structure, I guess, and, in this first division. So I think we just kind of go through, and what we did is we kind of end up with some body shape and composition. But that's a good calf to go ahead and win that first class, that gray calf. His body shape is true. He's fresh and 1,100 pounder. Needs to be heavier in terms of weight, but I do like him in terms of kind. Steer out of that second class, I thought did so in terms of movement and mobility. Would you get him out here and make him go? I thought he was solid in terms of his shape, and I thought he was truer just in terms of lower quarter and bone versus that calf there behind him. He does have a little bit of chest, kind of whacks him out of balance just a little bit, but I tell you, that's a good, solid, basic steer. Then this last class, we had a nice pair of calves to look and talk about. Love the power and mass of this red calf. He's got that market readiness steer. Now, we do talk about there, and I don't know if there's a huge upgrade. We'd change his structure, to be honest, for me to be more comfortable with him. But, boy, I like his body shape. I like his composition. I like how you got him when you set him up there. So congratulations, and give these guys a round of applause. Young lady here at this red calf will be champion of first division of Crossbreds.
And champion coming out of the third division, out of the third class, will be Addison Mowinkle from Hall County. Matea Roberts from Lincoln County by North Platte. That brings up Mr. Brighton Kulik from Kimball Banner County, steer weighing 1,282 pounds, and he will follow right along. Brighton Kulik will be reserved. So we took both the steers, rightfully so, in my opinion, out of the third division. Obviously more market-ready kind of cattle. Class 10 be coming in the ring next, which would be second division. Weights in Class 10, it would be 1,290 to 1,317 pounds. So we're getting them tightened up here. Going to get them a little more within reason here, and a little less weight break between the two classes. But 3 divisions of 3 here we've got. So Division 2 goes from 1,290 to 1,370. So you're going to see only 80 pounds in all 3 of these classes. So this is probably where the competition, I'd say, is probably going to get considerably deeper.
And again, moving into our Division 2 crossbred steer classes, Class 10 crossbred steers. Animals in this class weigh between 1,290 and 1,317. There are 11 exhibitors in Class 10.
out here as they walk. Setting up now, it looks like he's got Brody Aarons first. Second at this point is, excuse me. We got 2 entries, same kid. I meant to speak too soon. Brody Aarons is leading the way. L. Peyton Scott, I believe, is second, and that would make Alex Schuthoff third. Yes, that'd be correct. First young man's calf, weighing 1317. Calf in the middle is 1300s, and the calf in third is 1290. So not a great big difference there. Again, if you're watching from home, remind you that these cattle are all showing no fit this weekend at 4-H. They allow them to fit next week at the FFA show. So, some of these cattle have got some awfully good hair, and I think they're doing a darn good job, especially considering that we're not allowed to use glue. Okay, and he's got them placed. And first is going to be L. Peyton Scott. Second in that class will be Brody Aarons. Third will be Alex Schuthoff. We'll give the microphone to Mr. Holcamp.
Boy, as we gather around, get the intensity kind of coming up here a little bit. Boy, a nice trio of steers, and young man, he can bring his around if he wants to stand out here, because we did have him out there and re-walk them, as we go. And that's okay. It just kind of keeps kind of growing on you. But for me, of this trio or this class, this calf to go ahead and start with just fits me a little bit more for my kind. I'd say he's still wide top, got a good old hip in him. He's not the stoutest topped and not the stoutest hipped one out here, but what he is, you talk about a steer that balances, one that has some proportionality to him. I just like how everything fits together. He transitions everywhere, and he's really good in terms of cleanness to his joint, good in terms of his structure. His underline is way good for one that, not just super duper big bellied. And I don't think we have to have him, first criteria in our steer show to be rib shape, but just his completeness and presentation, I just like extremely well. And the more I look at him, the easier it is for me to sure tie into that calf. I like him as well. The steer in second, I tell you, that's a stout featured rascal. He is big and his back, his hip is powerful. He's very dimensional. Have you talk about it? He's bold in terms of his center body. For me with there, he just gets a little bit of shoulder, wants to lean forward just ever a little bit in terms of his front end shape. Just doesn't smooth up quite as well as I'd like to see. And there's times that maybe like to see him go a little better. Now, I picked on him a little bit, but that's still a good-looking, powerful market steer that does a lot of good things. And sure, I know when they went to the state fair, thought that they'd take one in there that'd sure be competitive at that weight in terms of a class. But that's a good pair of steers to look and talk about. The old steer in third, I tell you what, just kind of grows on you a little bit. You look at him, he's kind of got a tailhead that distracts me at first, but as you come back after that, he is thick and chunky about his hip. He's bold and dimensional in terms of his rib. He's still attractive up there in his front end. Just a good, solid steer. Black and white steer. Ask that young lady there. When he gets standing there, this one from his forerib to his rear rib and flank is really nice. He's square about his hip, but he's so straight up there in his front end, just doesn't move around good enough. But I thought he was well cared for. I thought he was fed well, and I thought he did some things that I do like really well from a forerib I'll back all it in there. Another stout muscular steer coming out here next. He's a high cutability calf. It's got some shape up high, some boldness to his hip. He gets just a little bit shallower there, kind of in his twist, and a little bit shallower in terms of his lower quarter relative to his shoulder. But I like the punchiness he has to the upper part of his hip, and in a very nice steer. The black balded calf, I think one of the next draft of cattle that's got enough muscle, still nice enough in terms of his balance. He's a little rounder in terms of his hip, higher in terms of his flank. That when we get him out here, you'd maybe change him a little bit. But he's got some thickness, got some muscle. But as we get out there, this steer coming out here next, he's a long-sided, extended calf that's deep in terms of his midsection. He's good in terms of softness to his angles, just needs more muscle. And I think his structure advantage where it allows him to move up here higher in the next round of cattle, but we'd just like to see him just stouten up a little bit more in terms of muscularity. But I just thought his soundness and angles were sure nice enough to talk about. You know, balance is a limiting factor in the next calf. It's not muscle because he has muscle. He's shapely topped and thick-ended calf you like really well, but just change him from a balance standpoint. You know, the red calf, I wanted to make sure I got him moved up, and we switched him. They went from end to end, and you try as hard as you can to keep everything in a timely manner to make sure you get it right. I felt that he was just a little bit bigger backed, a little more mellow a handling calf to fit there in that spot. Now, I would change his front end structure. The tighter haired calf probably just a little more masculine, looks to be a little more later cut. He's kind of got that coarser feel to him in terms of hair. He still has relative some balance. The yellow steer come up, bringing up the class. I like his length and extension. Just changes movement, needs to be further along in terms of condition. Excellent steer class of markets to go through here.
Okay, thank Chad. Winning that class, L. Peyton Scott. Second was Brody Aarons. Third, Alex Udoff. Fourth was Deanna Bacon. Fifth goes to Emery Bowman. Sixth, Aaliyah Hawk. Seventh was Elijah Mittenbrink. Eighth was Wesley Fisher. Ninth goes to Aubrey Grodelution. 10th is to Atlee Clutie. And 11th goes to Dylan Scott. Again, winning that class with a steer weighing 1,300 pounds, L. Peyton Scott. Followed him with a close second, Brody Aarons, weighing 1,317. Weight range in Class 2, middle division. Crosses which would be Class 11. Weight 1,320 to 1,346. So we got 26 pounds variance here.
12 exhibitors today in Class 11. This is the second class in our Division 2 Crossbred. Following Class 12.
Hey, go ahead. We gather around this way. Give a good round of applause over here at the steer end. I hadn't done a very good job of asking you to. So you get working your way through this class. As you can see, I tried to pull a few and it didn't work as well in terms of coming out here. You just got some certain things that you do, and this is got to got you spinning and kind of going, because what you've got to do is try to put the best of what you like together, and maybe not one just absolutely comes out and hits you right between the eyes, said, hey, I'm the one to use. But I think as you just go through and you work her through your progression, you're just going to get down to a personal opinion of where you're at. The steer to go ahead and start with, and the thing where I kind of went in there when you first put your hands on him, I don't know if he's got enough to him in just terms of true top shape and just enough condition. But boy, when you break him back out here and you get him back on the side, you get him going. He's a square built, good hipped, big boned one that still bounces well. He's true in terms of his rib. I like that about him, and maintained just a little bit better in terms of the way he tied from his loin to his hip and the way he transitioned in our back leg versus our steer in second. Steer in second, I like the proudness he gives you. He's a little bigger outline, a little more extension. He's so fresh up there in that front third of his body. He gives you that look that you like. You get him back off. He needs a little more days on feed to give him just a little bit more body and dimension. He gets just a little higher in terms of his flank, a little shallower in terms of his quarter. At times we put him in motion. He just wants to kind of duck underneath his hip just a little bit. And that's, I think, where you go ahead and probably, kind of split that pair, is just the shallowness of his twist in his lower quarter. But well presented, very fresh, very good looking. The old calf here in third, I tell you what, folks, for guys just like good cattle, good basic, he don't really blow you away anywhere, but boy, he is opened up behind his shoulder blade, big in terms of his back, big in terms of his upper hip. I like that about him, and he just becomes the sound, practical calf. Not a lot of extra bells and whistles, not near the hair coat to show steer look of the two cattle right ahead of him, but just a good, basic, honest kind of a calf you could sure like. I love the thick-endedness of this calf coming out here next. He's big in terms of midsection, bold in terms of his rib. He's got some spring to that rib and outer shape. And like I say, you get behind him, he's really big hipped. As I get out there, I guess two things as you go. He's got a little bit of shoulder, doesn't transition from his shoulder into his forerib good enough, or isn't opened up in his forerib enough. And there's times you could just see him maybe go just a little bit better. And I just didn't think he just maintain that balance we're talking about to go ahead and move up any higher. But boy, you can sure like that moderate size, bold rib one like that one there. This calf here standing there, you kind of get up on him. He's fresh-haired. He's attractive in terms of standing there and the way he comes up on his top line. I think when we get him out here and we put him in motion and got him going again, he rolls up to his front, kind of gets up in terms of his back. But he's a nicely balanced, good-built steer. Power, muscular calf here in this gray one coming out next. I like his shape and top. Like where he's got some cut ability to him. But when you get him in motion, just from a structure standpoint, again, he's too rough in that front knee, just doesn't move out good enough when we put him in motion, not collected enough when I make him go. But boy, he's thick-ended, he's powerful, he's nice. Smooth-made one coming out here next. He's fed well, he's got some condition down his top. You like his forerib to his rear flank, the way he blends, he fits together well. Just got to man him up a little bit, give him a little bit of power. He's a little bit flatter in terms of his shape. For me here today, but a good calf, a white belly calf. Again, I think one that's got some good market traits to him in terms of some boldness. Just gets out of balance, gets underneath himself a little bit more rounded. We get one here that's kind of big boned and big footed, but got a little bit bigger hock. Didn't have the lower quarter, didn't have the structure to go ahead and mandate to go up any higher. But when you first glance, he's kind of got some of them bigger pieces that we like and we can sure tie into. Young lady did a nice job. A little bit, little tighter heighted one coming out here next. He's got some muscularity. A little shorter bodied, shorter hip. Doesn't allow him to get out and move and go. Quite like you'd see the black short-tailed steer coming out here next. Fed good. He's smooth. I like that about him. I like his top shape. Just need to stout him up in terms of foot and bone and structure. Same with the Hereford. You could change his balance, but he's got some condition. Young lady did a good job. Nice class of steers to kind of work through. Interesting how it breaks out.
And results from Class 11 Crossbred steers receiving blue ribbons today. Kaya Brun from Antelope County. Bailey Oltmer, Red Willow County. Abigail Gorecki from Buffalo County. Allison Schaff, Phelps County. Aaliyah Beach, Odo County. Callan Warner, Furnace County. And Connor Cochran from Scottsbluff County. In the purple ribbon group, Larry Diesner from Greeley County. Addison Hareen from Kearney County. And Carson Miller from Burt County. Second purple goes to Kason Bruns from Lincoln County. And first purple to Ashlyn Wendell from Gosper County. Now circling the ring, Class 12 Crossbred steers. Steers in this class weigh between 1350 and 1370. Following Class 12, we will return our first purples from Classes 10, 11, and 12 to the ring to select our Division II Crossbred steer champion and reserve champion.
becomes very close. I think you can kind of go a couple of different routes for the reserve. I think we have to stick with what, as I said in the classes, and hopefully you picked up one. If you picked up one thing, we're not going to make them narrow. We're going to make underneath is going to have to match what's
getting down a little more serious here, I do know the calf braiding days came through Christo's sale. I know that came from the neighbor family, but Greg Christo and family sold that one last year on their private treaty sale. I know Braden's had a really good year with that calf. He's sure done a lot. And the Brockle face steer these judges handling right now is a Here I Am calf. Mitch Dickey found that steer actually come out of South Dakota from a good buddy of mine, old Chad Foreman. Little side note on that one. My son Cody Burke showed a calf out of that steer's grandmother that was reserve in Kansas City, I want to say 2009 or 10, somewhere in there. So good genetics are good genetics. Congratulations, Chad. That's a good one. Both these steers are just outstanding. I think we're going to start to see the heat. We've heard him say, he sure hasn't. Going to go with Day's going to be second, and the Brockle face steer Harley Hansen will win the class. Here's Chad.
Now over here on the steer side, we're getting a little bit of fun here when we get getting into the power and we're getting some of these weights. And, when I tell you it's a nice class, but folks, I tell you, these two here are extremely well cared for, very, very good show steers that are fun to look at, fun to evaluate, and fun to talk about. Now I'm going to tell you some differences that we have, and I think you've got gives and takes either way. But when we get right down here to it, this Brockle-headed painted up one, where he really moves me, where I think he puts some things together. And then talk about some of them things I've been talking today about transitional standpoint. This calf is ultra cool looking, ultra good in terms of just his balance, the way he's still got some top shape and some hip shape. He doesn't have as much hip as the one up high in second, but everything blends, everything fits together, and he's still got some dimension to him. But I love that forerib, how it comes up there right there from his shoulder into his forerib. Still good in terms of his rear flank when you get off from the side. Standing there, she's got good angulation to his hind leg. I like that. Now, where I would tweak that calf a little bit is when you get that thing to go, I'd like to see him be a little bit more coordinated off his hind 2 feet as he goes. I think he gets just a little bit unsure, just a little uncoordinated the way he goes. He's good in terms of his angles. I'm not picking on him that way, but I would change him there just a little bit. But boy, I love that one from a smoothness, a freshness, and a quality standpoint really, really well. The steer in second has got the big hip, and he's got the big outline, and he's got the big pieces. Now, being a bigger steer, some things that where I pick on him right there is right there at his forerib. I'd like to give him a little more dimension right in there behind his shoulders, open him up in terms of his body just a little bit. And when we get that with his body, there's times he probably gets just a little narrow to his base for as much width and power he gets behind him. You've done a good job. That is one fresh-haired one. That's got a great look. Young man said doesn't have a cooler, and I tell you what, that is well cared for. There's a lot of time and a lot of effort goes into that one there, but that's a good-looking calf. Also, I drop his tail head down, but boy, you can sure like that and be proud of what she brought to town. Nice pair. Give them two a nice round of applause. I tell you, they really put the effort out. And not that we drop off so much in terms of quality at all as we get here, but this is just a little tighter haired calf. If he had the hair coat, I tell you what, he could balance up because this calf here is still really, really good in terms of his balance, the way his neck, that ties in tight of his shoulder. He's still got some muscularity. He's big-footed, big bone, just needs to soften up And as he gets out with hair, and I think later on, depending on where your end point is, you could probably one that still, can go on and maybe like an Exarban steer or something there. But I like his pattern. He just kind of kept working himself up, being the least fault-free calf to kind of fit right behind them powerhouses. I still like that kind of cattle that balance, cattle that have proportion, and we'll get it right that way. You bet. We'll get it right there, but a really good kind of calf. This old calf here, this old yellow calf, if you like big pieces, a big part, I walked up on him and I said, that thing got a shot of Clydesdale in him. Look at that leg hair right there at the ground and how big his feet are. That is some big paws that hit the dirt right there. I like that about him. He's bold in his rib. He's stout in terms of his muscle. He's got some dimension to him, and I like that. But where we go when we have that much to him, he just doesn't blend together quite good enough. We get him in motion, he gets a little loose in terms of his lines, but still neat thing that's got some really cool pieces to look and talk about. This one here, shoulders back, is a really good calf in terms of body. He's stout in terms of his hip, angle to his hind legs fine. He just gets a little more masculine in terms of his head, a little bullier in terms of his neck, but I like his body, I like his balance, and a good calf. Next year coming out, he's a little softer in terms of his structure. Balances up well, just a little bit flatter in terms of his build. I'd like to give him a little more punch, but I think as we get down the next draft of cattle, he's still got the structure advantage over the rest of the cattle in this lineup and just in terms of balance and kind, even though we power him up a little bit. There's nothing that says you don't have power coming out here next. You like him heavy muscled. He is stout. He is dimensional. But yet, from a structure standpoint, he gets just a little too tight. You can watch him go. He doesn't relax. He doesn't get out there and move. Next year coming out, and he fits in that spot, we could tweak his structure, but he's still good in his center body. He's smooth in terms of his side profile. And from a positive standpoint, you guys get him a little bit more muscle. An attractive baldy here coming out next, really long bodied, got some top shape. To me, too upright in his rear passer, not soft enough bodied at this weight and stage. Next black calf, again, you talk about a mobility standpoint, just a little too stiff off of both ends. Still got some top. Next calf coming out, a little plainer in terms of just structure, needs a shot more muscle, but you stand back off of him, he's still big-bodied. Young lady did a good job. And climbs up a really nice class here in your Crossbred show here at the State Fair.
Ribbon placings in.
All right, that was an awesome class. I'm kind of with Chad on that one. And boy, those two steers are both good. First was Harley Hansen. Second was Braden Day. Third in that class was Aubrey Kulik. Fourth was Tanner Hansen. Fifth went to Karina Smidra. Sixth went to Braden Hang, I believe. Seventh, Gage Waldemath. 8, Parker Bowman. 9, Avery Bacon. 10, Nicholas Rohr. And 11th, to Violet Nuss. Again, the class winner out of that class, Harley Hansen. Second to Braden Day. Now we're coming in for our champion Division 1, L. Peyton Scott. And lady steer weighing in at 1,300 pounds. Class 2 will be Ashlyn Wendell. Her steer weighed 1,344 pounds. And again, Class 3 at 1,357 will be Miss Harley Hansen. And I do know that steer is a Here I Am that comes from Mitch Dickey. And I'd like to know what the other ones are, but not everybody tells me. Again, outstanding. He had an outstanding drive in a tough second class. Coming in for seconds out of the first class will be Brody Aarons. Out of class number 11, which would be the middleweights, is Kason Bruns, with a steer weight in 1,330. And again, Braden Day back with his big yellow baldy for a weigh in 1,369. And our judge for the day is Chad Holkamp. Chad went to Blackhawk East and OSU. Judge shows pretty well all over the United States and national level. Feel very fortunate to have him here today. And interesting, I was visiting with him this morning. He told me he was fortunate enough to both his Blackhawk team under Hogan, his OSU team under Gerald Callahan, was on national champion teams with both his junior team and his senior team, and was just recently inducted to the Livestock Judging Hall of Fame at Blackhawk East. And if you are following anything, and you know how many judges have come under Dan Hogue and Blackhawk East, that's quite an honor. He's in great company there.
Working our way through here, what a division out here. Division II, your Crossbred show here at the Nebraska State Fair. And, each one of these, have got a lot of good to them that we could look and talk about. And, and these guys have got so much effort in them. And you go, and each class is its own battle as you go through there and you try to figure it out. And in this first class of this division, boy, we had a really good pair of cattle. That both had a lot of good to them. We got this stout, real stout masculine one right there behind it. And I had that one I talked about, as I talk about cattle there fitting together in proportion and the way they blend together, shoulder, forerib. But, this calf hit me really hard within that class. I like that about him. As far as soundness and angle, I think he does some things real good in terms of, maintains the balance and got some reach off his hind leg. But, definitely a calf that's, that's sure in contention out here in this division when you got one that still have a show steer look like that one has. This middle class, in this division is a class that, that really gave me some fits. We had some, tough decisions and a tough way to work out there. And I ended up with two steers that are very similar in terms of their build that need just a little bit more to them in terms of body and dimension, and I chose to use it and still very comfortable with that. The one that's probably a little better, I like him in terms of his upper skeleton, still got some bone, got some movement. I'd like to power him up a little bit, but he sure gives us that good show steer look and doesn't drop off in terms of quality when we bring out here. This last class, was real good. We had a nice pair of them bigger ones as we get out here. And as I went through and looked and just really do love this black and white calf when you talk about, extremely well-balanced cattle that have a look. I did talk about tweaking his hind leg structure, just a little bit. But I love his, the show steer look he has, the presence he has. So without a doubt, it's been good. Put your hands together for these guys, and we'll go out and get a champion, take a look at for reserve.
Yes, and pretty easily your champion Division III, I'm going to say. Harley Hansen from Burke County. Moving into second, we've got Braden Day. Braden Day's coming from Seward County, right around Seward, Nebraska. I want to say he's an In God We Trust out of a Dakota Gold cow. Not positive. I do know Trevor Neighbor raised him, and he sold through Greg Christo's sale last fall. Greg's got a sale coming up, and yes, there he is. Braden Day will be the reserve steer. Two outstanding steers coming out of the middle division. What's that? Yep, Harley won and Brandon Day. Okay, we're going to start Division 3 Crossbred steers. Class 13 Crossbred steers. Steers weighing from 1375 to 1415 pounds.
And Class 13 is all lined up and ready to go. We are entering Division 3 classes now. Division 3 crossbred steer classes. We do have 3 classes again in this division as well. Class 13, 14, and 15 with our heavier weight crossbred steers. And entering the ring now, Class 3 crossbred steers. 12 exhibitors in Class 13, with steers weighing between 1375 and 1415.
While we're starting this, I do have to make a quick correction. I guess the Here I Am from Chad Foreman is coming up in a couple classes. Seems like Miss Hansen is pretty loaded. That steer that won that division, Harley Hansen's, did come from Mitch Dakey, but that one was sold by Jared Arthur from Oklahoma. I apologize, Jared. I didn't mean to not give you credit. There's 2 of them. They look kind of the same, and I got them backwards. But anyway, the champion out of Division 2 was Harley Hansen with a Here I Am that came from Jared Arthur that Mitch Dakey placed. Again, this first division here in the heavyweight steers be 1375 to 1415. There's several in here that have had pretty good years. I mean, I can see 3 or 4 of these that have been out doing some winning. Ben Spencer's got a good one out here. He had the reserve champion at the breeding heifer show yesterday too. Brielle Benish has a good steers had luck this year. Kate Stratman is out here. Vienna Sales. Kate Stratman would be your lead steer right now. Following that one is Regan Hobby from Hall County. Third would be Ty Sievers. Jack Ritter. They've been getting out and doing quite a bit of showing this year. I know they've had a pretty good year. Young lady with the white steer just making it around the corner is Vienna Sells from Saunders County. Following her would be Riker Triska from Butler County. Brielle Benish from Boone County. I'd say the young lady in the ponytail, but we've all got them. Number 218 just making the corner right now is Becca Sheets from Lincoln County by North Platte, 1141. Walking now across the camera would be Maddox Jones. Young lady with a baldy would be Kyler Jones. And Evan Pancock, and last in the class, or not, excuse me, not last, but the last one in the ring, Mr. Ben Spencer from Buffalo County. I know Ben's had a good year with that one. He had a Linflex heifer in last night that was reserved that I know it's had a lot of winnings through the year as well. We also had last night, and I remind you, this is a no-fit show here. That so you look at some of these cattle, if you're looking at them online, and you look at some of the hair coats and the quality of these to get them presented this good without using any glue, I think is a really testament to hard work of the junior exhibitors. They did have last night. They did allow us to have a fitting contest last night at the conclusion of the breeding heifer show. A champion team. They had 14 teams for it. Champion team was Jackson Snell, Landon Lineman, and Casey Meyer. The reserve, they're from Red Cloud area. The reserve would have been the Bremer girls, Kiera and Kinsley and Addie Krause. Third overall was the West Point group, Journey Reeson, Baker Bremer, and L.J. Wells. But very good. It ran a little late. Judge Nelson had a long day. He couldn't start until it was over, but we had 14 teams and a lot of enthusiasm, so that was great to see.
No, you didn't. Not even close. As we get here in this, this first class, and I tell you what, this steer to go ahead and start with and come right out here. You come right up on top of that old boy, and that sucker is massive in terms of his top and back. The way he opens up right there behind his shoulders, he balanced up really well. A calf I like, like pretty handedly, and he's the one that I can tie into as we get here just from a balance. But I think it's a very, very good calf to go ahead and start this class with. Steer in second, the gray one again. I tell you, another one of them cattle is probably a foot trimming away from being a contender within this class. I like his muscularity, his rib shape. He stands there. He still maintains his balance good when you put him in motion. I think that's where he works his way up there in the second spot. But boy, you look down his feet are just kind of poorly shaped, and you just worry about where he gets around in terms of movement on the ground. But I like his muscularity, his power, and just a good stout calf. A good solid steer here in third. I think he's just very basic. He balances up really well. You like some things about him. From shoulders back, I should say. He does have, from a balance standpoint, I kind of misspoke a little bit. He's a little bit deeper chested and a little more vertical in terms of his shoulder when you put him in motion. But standing there, he gives you that look of attractiveness, and I like his upper skeleton up top of his hip more so than the calf right there behind him. But I do like that one, from a balancing kind. This one here is real shapely. He's muscular. He's got some top and turn, but with that extra turn, he gets a little bit more rounded hip, and that's something for me that I like to keep them things good, and the top side of their skeleton have some squareness to him. He just needs a little more flank, but you sure like his muscularity, his hip stoutness he has. A big, stout, proud one comes out here next. He's big-haired and got some look, and we get him in that purple ribbon group because young man done a good job of taking care of him and bringing us a show steer with a good, fresh look. To me, at times, he got just a little too narrow in terms of his hock and just didn't have enough rear flank when we put him in motion to go. Same with this calf here. He's probably better at the ground because he's really good in terms of the way he sets his feet down. He gives us a good look from the side. At this weight, he's too green. When I put my hands on him, I need more condition. I need him further along because we like his skeleton, like his outline. I just got to power him up on a market steer at this weight, this size and dimension. The gray calf, a big topped old steer. He's got long. He's good in terms of center body. You like that about him, but he too just a little straighter up at his shoulder, tucks up underneath himself just a little bit more in terms of rear hock. But a good kind of calf. You just balance him up. Boy, we got a low ride and powerhouse coming out here next. He's thick and chunky. He's big top, big hip, a little more moderate in terms of size, but you talk about body density, he's got it. Just a little bit plainer look for me here today as we get out there. Next year as we get coming out here, I thought he was just a little bit smoother. He's a little plainer, but, he maintains his upper rib shape good. His flank to forerib still relatively solid in terms of balance compared to the rest of the cattle in the class. Needs a shot more muscle as an individual, but I think his structure and balance allows him to be over the steer right here in front of me. He gets up in his back, a little bit more shoulder, not near as smooth and transitional. Good doing kind of production-oriented steer here that's got some rib shape and smooth, just needs a little more bone, a little more style. The Hereford Mark calf just needs to be softened up. I like him in terms of he's got some muscle shape and some flexibility, but just needs to be softened up and be a little further along in terms of condition. Good class crossbred steers here as we start out your big division.
Okay, coming out of that class, and a tough one it was. Winning that class is Kate Strotman from Cumming County. Pretty sure that's a Dustin Smith steer that he's been showing quite a bit. I think that's the same steer that won the Cornhusker Showdown. If anybody knows, I'd like to know, but that is a powerhouse steer coming out of that class, followed with a Vienna Sales, third, Evan Pecoke, I believe. Fourth was Ben Spencer. Fifth, Jack Ritter. Sixth was Brielle Banish. Seventh was Riker Triska. Eighth was Ty Sievers. Ninth was Kyler Jones. And 10th was Maddox Jones. And 11th would have been Becca Sheets. Again, winning the class was Kate Strotman. And reserve was Vienna Sales. And I do know that one came from Levi's Wern. And he's a business done right. That one I am pretty sure that's what it came from.
And lining up now, class 14.
Being that Levi is my son-in-law.
Steers in this class weigh between 1419 and 1440. There are 10 exhibitors in class 14.
Okay, and like the big voice lady just said, we've got class 14 in here now. And we got some heat again in here too. Class 14 weighs 1419 to 1444, you know, and Chad made the comment a couple times, and I think it's really right. And he kind of commented on the steer that he left in purple, young man in the last class of Ritters that was, you know, really good. He didn't think he was quite ready. He left him in the purples. Some because of his hair coat and the amount of work that he did, and he just said he wasn't quite ready yet. And I'll tell you what, I appreciate a man, I think most of you listening do too, that recognizes the hard work that these kids are going through and the time and the effort that it takes. I know that family gets after it and works hard like all the other families, not saying any more than anybody else, but I darn sure know that he's one of them. In this class, some of the tougher ones. We got Cutter Prince in this class. Harley Hansen with another really good one. The Purple family's had quite a bit of luck, just kind of looking down the list at what else might be coming. He started to kind of sort them better ones up to the top before he walks them. And he pulled Clayton Pribble, and he pulled Harley Hansen, and he pulled Cutter Prince up to the top. Now I believe he'll walk them. Get them handled.
It's all right to put them hands together if you appreciate quality out here again. You know, these will, oh, I'm sorry. We're going to be, we're going to get, we got some well cared for this top trio of steers. I kind of got so excited. And boy, if your heart don't get pumping, your blood don't get worked up a little bit when you see this kind of quality coming at you and these kind of exhibitors trying hard, you know, you think of how much time and effort the breeders and everybody that got it, clipped it, presented it, these kids, and hours they put it in here just for us to come out for our entertainment. You know, you can just sure appreciate just the effort that they've put forward and the quality and kind that they've got. And it just gets so exciting. For me, when this thing took a couple steps and I got a good look at him, he hits me hard. You know, he's of that size. I think a shot over 1,400 pounds, and and it's a weight that I sure like to see them cattle out, I guess, in terms of steers. But you know, that thing's still got just plenty of look and so good in terms of balance. I talked about some of them transitional standpoint. He's still attractive. He's mature, handles well, and yet that thing is really, really good at the ground. And he is the lead in terms of structure when you talk about one getting off his hind leg and setting down and doing some things that way. I think that's a very, very high-quality steer. Fun to look at. We'll talk about him some more as he gets out here and goes. There's a muscle advantage in my steer in second. Not going to try to tell you any different. That thing is big backed. You get right up there on him, and he has got some hip to him. I like that shot. He's got that extra white. He's got a fresh look to him. He is clipped extremely well. Where it gets down to the difference, hock to the ground. Hind leg is the difference between that pair, and that's where we're going to have some sort on him, and that's a priority where I'm at. But I can't say nothing but good about that calf as well. This here calf, when you talk about hind leg, his hind leg is awesome in terms of just bone, angle, the way it sets down, the way it goes. His issue for me, where I've been talking about today, and if you guys have been listening and paying attention when we talk about, is right there behind his shoulders. He just doesn't open up enough with enough just sheer power and openness. I love a lot of things about that calf, but at this weight, I've just got to get him just opened up a little bit more, but easily a third-place steer that's got a lot of good to him. The slick-haired one comes out here fourth, and I tell you, he covers some basics really well. You talk about cattle, open up behind their shoulder, their full rib. He's got some top. He's got some shape to him. What you see is what you get. He got a lick of hair, and he kind of gives up a lot to that group before, but his body composition has got quality and kind. That's what left that young lady right there in the purple ribbon group in this group, and I sure commend her for that, for bringing a good quality calf. This old calf just kind of kept working his way up, not quite the look and extension. He's got a bigger sheath on him, kind of takes away from his look, but still his angles are solid. He's got that top shape. He got that hip. I just got to clean him up in his lines a little bit for him to move up any higher, but still a very, very good individual. Very high cutability. One that got his neck way high up in the ear, got them ears perked up around. I like that about him. For the muscle and body he has, needs a little bit more bone. Needs to stouten him up just a little bit for him to kind of shape up. This one here just needs to be, he just a little shorter fronted, a little plainer, kind of gets him just out of whack a little bit when we get him on the side in a good competitive, tough class. But he's long-sided, done a nice job, and I like that about him. I like the body composition of the gold calf coming out. He's very muscular, big-bodied, stout. Gets a little tighter up in that front shoulder, a little far forward in that knee for me to be comfortable here today, but I could sure like his kind and body shape composition. The black and white one coming out here next, good center body, a little more rounded hip for maybe what we'd call ideal. The black steer coming out here, long-bodied, smooth again, just not quite the balance or show eye appeal. Awesome class, good set, fun for our enjoyment to watch them and look at.
And that's fact. Those were awesome. Winning class, Cutter Prince from Cumming County. Second, Harley Hansen. Third in that class went to Clayton Pribble. Fourth to Gracie Slaughter. Fifth in that class, Jordan Ruff. Sixth place, also Jordan Ruff. 7 was Brianna Bosshammer. 8th was Nolan Platt. 9th, Sophia Pitts. 10th, Jacoby Caven. So for what we know about Cutter Steer, Cutter Steer weighs 14-19, and he sure enough sounded like he was liking him pretty well. I know Tony Jeffs had something to do with that steer. I am pretty sure Brian Martin would have helped him with it, but I don't know exactly the whole story there. But and then Harley Hansen steer again was another Dakey steer. This is the one that Chad Foreman raised. Again, the one that they won the last division with come from Jared Arthur. So we've got some power in it. The third place steer, Clayton Pribbles, come from Jack and Johnny Stoltz. So we now coming in the ring here now is class 15, which would be the third class in the big division, which will be our last class of steers for the day. Steers weighing 1442 to 1550. I think, as you could tell, listening to Mr. Holcamp talk, there sure isn't going to be any discount on these bigger cattle. I mean, these cattle are kind of what it seems like we're liking to see. I think we'd like to see that around the country. I think it's a great idea. I think we're a lot more close to market ready at this weight, and he's definitely trying to get that point across. And, you know, we've seen this all the way across the Midwest this summer at the state fairs. And I know as a cattle feeder, that grew up with my grandpa feeding cattle, I know I like to see them that way and like to see them fat, see them ready. And I think we've got a lot of cattle in this weight range that are very, very good, very, very acceptable. Looking down from the top, we're getting in here to the big back, big stout, big boys now. And they'll pick this division after this, and then we're going to show the market heifers. They will have the champion drive, I believe, at 4 o'clock if we stay on schedule.
Boy, another good class right here. These crossbred steers, well, we got a good top end here to look and talk about, and I know we go 4 or 5 deep here in terms of kind of purple ribbon cattle, and I think the differences where we've gotten this top 2 or top 3, you could look and kind of describe them a little bit, but I thought this was a pair as I brought them things back up around, and some of the same things I've been talking about. And talk about staying true. The other one. This one I start with carries himself well in terms of look. He's not as proud as that one behind, but he wins the class when you talk about just center body, dimension, the way he opens up the top side of his shoulder, the way he transitions shoulder and his rib. I like his rib shape is just the way he comes back to his rear rib and flank. He's still got some thickness, some power. Just a good balance, good calf that I like to go ahead, and I think he just fits what we've been looking and what we're talking about. The steer here in second, and he does have a little more out there look in terms of the way his neck comes up out of the top side of his shoulder. He's stout-legged, he's stout-ended. He does some things really well, and I can migrate right to it there as we go. But, a couple things. One, that he just, and I'm not big to talk about it, but his chest kind of throws him out of balance, and I need to get him fuller in terms of his forerib for him to be my class winner. But that's a really, really good steer. Young man here to steer in third. He's good as well. He's got some muscularity to his top. He's got some power. I can appreciate the frustration when you've got one, put that much time in it. But where you get there for me, another thing where he gets into third, he gets a little far forward in terms of his shoulder, gets underneath himself in terms of his hind leg, but a stout, muscular, powerful calf that was right here and competed and did really well. Same with this calf coming out here next. He's got a great look. Good, solid, good feeding calf, gets underneath himself where he's got some flexibility, and I'm going to talk that as a positive that you like to see and like his center body. Just not quite as, as extended up there in that neck and front end. A few of them other show steers right there ahead of him, but boy, that's got a lot of good that you can sure talk about. There's some things about this calf, and we're in a non-fitted show, but the leg here he's got. And I think if you just go ahead and you put some glue in that one, that calf's going to change a lot because his hind leg gets a little bit, even a little more attractive, and you can kind of blend in that front knee where he wants to get forward just a little bit for me. I thought maybe just a little bit dried out. I'd like to see it this weight a little bit more to him, especially when you get your hands on him and look and talk about him, but a high-quality steer nonetheless. Next steer coming out here is one that's got, some muscularity and power. He come out here and made that next lap on that final run, and I think he does so just in center body and in shape and still look. I think he needs more bone to balance up, but very, very good individual. His little calf here comes out around, and, he first come in there, and I go to hand him. Young man said he hit a rock there, and, he first took off half a lap there. He was moving actually pretty solid. I mean, he had a little catch in his get along, and he come around that backside and kind of tweaked something, So I think a calf probably needs to work his way up higher if he walks that way coming into class. I think he works his way down. If he walked the way he did first half of the class, he probably moves himself up, so that's where he ends up in the middle. He's a high-quality calf, well taken care of. My congratulations for that kid. It's just, it's kind of a character-building thing when you come and find out you put that much work, and it takes a lot of luck in what we do. Next calf coming out, a little plainer, but yet good in terms of his top line, good in terms of smoothness. Like that about him. Just got to deepen him up just a little bit. We got a big-backed, big-ended calf comes out here, a little sharper in terms of his hock, needs a little bit more flank, but does some things very nicely. Next steer got a little more sheath to him. I like the flexibility he has at the ground. I thought just forerib, rear rib, and flank didn't quite have enough to match up a little bit higher. Young man steer coming out there just making the corner, need to change his structure, kind of like the three there, kind of round out the class. We need to change their structure. We like their smoothness. We like their pattern, and very nice individuals. But again, outstanding class again here in your Crossbred show.
Okay, another good one, kind of a tough end here, some of these big old boys. Hayden Schroeder wins that class from Cumming County. Second that class, Colton Rasmussen from Boone County from up by Albion. Third, Clay White. Fourth, Gentry Warner. Fifth,
Receiving purple ribbons today.
I lost my place, peoples. Fifth was Adeline Sundstrom. Sixth was Brody Weezy, excuse me. Sixth was Brody Weezy. Seventh was Ellie Top. Eighth goes to John Zwingman. Ninth goes to L.J. Wells. 10th, Grant Greenquist. And 11th would have been Mason Rezak. Kind of hate to see that thing. Brody Weezy had a really good one, and they said he got, the guys out in back had said he got hurt, and we knew he was. He was making up a story. I mean, we thought he was going to scratch him, I guess, but anyway, I hate to see that. I know it happened to my daughter here once, and it's pretty easy to step on a rock and get on too much concrete, and it's why being a champion is so special when you get it, because there's way more things that can go wrong than can go right. So again, coming back for our third division, out of class number, the first class in the third division would be class 13, would be Cade Strotman, weighing 1389. Class 14 would be the middleweights, was Cutter Prince, weighing 1419. And now the class we just see again would be Hayden Schroeder, weighed 1498. And then also in contention a second.
We got here working our way down through. This is a good division in this heavier weights, and I don't know if that's a hot topic. Everybody talks about where these weights should be, and to me, every one of these is looks to be marketable, and I think definitely within the scale. So I don't think there's not really an out in terms of weight. We can just step back and we can judge the cattle how we like them, where we want to put them together, and I just couldn't be happier with this division and the way they come together. They're kind of three versions of very similar of the same with what we got in terms of weight. And what I mean by that is, what I've been talking about, and some of that, like that first division, it wasn't maybe is easy for me to put some things together, but you like cattle that got body, still look like a show steer, but they transition, still fit together, cover the basics. All three of these do that really well. The second's just the same. I tell you, they got so much good to them. It's fun to look at them, fun to go, and there's no doubt in my mind I got one to win this division that I'm pretty fond of, that I like real well. I think we got a dogfight there for reserve. So put your hands together, give them a very nice round of applause. We'll pick you a Division III champion.
Yep, and your champion Division III is going to come out of the second class, Cutter Prince from Cumming County, weighing 1,419 pounds. And that brings in Harley Hansen from Burke County. Right, kind of right next to Cumming County up there where they battle at every jackpot show we go to. You imagine the county fair if they all go, because Cade Stratman, that won the first class, is also a Cumming County calf. And people, I'm telling you, if you don't know what Cumming County is about fat cattle, they absolutely. Here we go, Cade Stratman.
And reserve champion, Division III Crossbred goes to Cade Stratman.
Coming out of the first class, weighing 1,389 pounds. Yep. And again, we're going to pick the champion at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Now we're going to get into the Market Heifer show, starting with this first class of Market Heifers is going to weigh 1025 to 1152. Congratulations again to Cutter Prince and Cade Stratman. Awesome, awesome set of cattle out of that whole division.
Time to dive right into Class 16. This is the first of our Market Heifer classes. We do have 4 Market Heifer classes today following our Our last market heifer class, class number 20, class number 19, we will be returning our first purples to the ring to select your champion and reserve champion market heifer. 15 entries in our first market heifer class today. Heifers in this class weigh between 1025 and 1152.
as we get going here in this market class. This is a good, really good set of heifer. Give them a nice hand while they're still in here. Otherwise, we'll talk about them for a while and they'll be gone. When you talk about parity in basketball and some of this things, this class here's got parity because I think it's just, you know, you got some slight differences that that can drop you 3 or 4 different spots of where you're at. Heifer, go ahead and start with. I think she does just body mass, body dimension. She's kind of got a market look. We're in them lighter weight cattle that need a little bit more to them, but keeping that same emphasis where we got, you know, her full rib flank, the way she opens up right there behind her shoulder blade. She's really good from that standpoint. Ideally, maybe if we could, you know, maybe like to stouten her legs up just a little bit, but a really good kind of female. From a body mass, body dimension standpoint, I think it's a good spot for her to start. This one here kind of comes in second. I think she kind of fits the mold just the same way in terms of that center body. She handles her top pretty well. She gets a little dip right there to the center and maybe doesn't allow her to be quite as attractive as her class winner. But, boy, I think that's a good one that covers the basics really well. And I like her trueness to her body shape. A little more streamlined look, a little nicer headed and necked heifer in third. You know, I liked her where we had her kind of in that first pull. I grabbed her second. I thought she still has got quality. She just needs a little more rear rib and flank and just a little more lower quarter for her to be just a little more competitive with them 2 cattle right there ahead of her. But a very, very nice heifer. Now we'll get going, and I don't want to shortchange it, but we'll talk about every one of them. So just go ahead and keep sending them out here as we go around. This one here is very, very attractive. She's nice in terms of head and neck, clean about her chest. Needs a little bit more body, a little bit more shape that way. The gray one, I like her upper skeleton. I like her balance. She's a little too straight in her front shoulder, needs a little more quarter, and just needs to be a little more flexible off of both ends. But balance-wise, I think she's very nice. The next heifer I thought was just kind of a, you know, in a positive way, kind of thick and chunky. I think she's got some top, got some hip to her. She doesn't balance where she needs a little more flank relative to her chest floor. But I like her where you put some condition on. She's a good thick-ended heifer. Standing still, I like the white-legged one really well. She's stout in terms of her structure, stout in terms of her hip. Got some maturity for this lighter weight, but we put her in motion. She gets a little too narrowed in at her base. Just isn't free enough as we go ahead and put her in motion. This heifer here, it does things a little different. She's got a little more set angle to her rear hock. But, boy, her body shape composition, you know, she balances up very, very nice. I like that about her. Just change her structure just a little bit. Young man here did a good job. You could tell he was having fun out there, and he was competing in this good class. You know, she's a thick-topped, muscular one. Need to change her balance. This heifer here, there's things I like about her. She kind of been one that just tricks me just a little bit because I think she's good in her center body, but to me, she gets too wide in terms of her base at this weight, and I got to just change her in terms of her hock. The white heifer, very stout, very muscular, got a lot of good things to her. Just need to soften her structure just a little bit from a mobility and muscle mobility standpoint from a structure, but a very nice heifer as well. This heifer, same way as that. We're just changing her hind leg, her rear hock. I like her thickness. I like her power. The red heifer, she got some condition on, well fed. Just need to change her balance, her structure. The big framed heifer here, a little plainer, not near the style of some of the other cattle ahead of there. The other heifer just kind of falls in that spot just due to structure. Need to change her mobility for her to be able to move up any higher. Like her clean front end, her muscularity is good. Very, very nice class of market heifers.
And results of our market heifer class 16 in our blue ribbon group today. Brennan Ahrens from Burt County, Riley Kerner, Lincoln County, Cameron Peterson from Polk County, Larry Diesner from Greeley County, Blake Hansen, Dixon County, Ava Bowman from Greeley County, Dayton Pullman from Gage County, Tucker Barta, Saunders County, Ella Graff from Stanton County, Maddie Brown from Scottsbluff County, Sophia Pitts from Scottsbluff
Okay,
County,
winning the first class
Justice
of market
Curry,
heifers,
Pawnee
Brody
County,
Hang
Luke
from
Powell
Gosper
Barrett
County.
Second purple
Second
today goes
would
to
be
Lydia Friesen
Friesen
from
Hayes County.
And first
Third
purple
place, Brendan
to Brody
Ahrens.
Haying
Fourth
from
place,
Gosford
Riley
County.
Kerner. Fifth place would have been Cameron Peterson. Sixth place goes to Larry Deisner. Seventh to Blake Hansen. Eighth to Dayton Pullman. Ninth, Ella Graff. 10th would be Ava Buellman. 11th, Tucker Barta. 12th, Maddie Brown. 13th goes to Sophia Pitts. 14th to Justin Curry, and rounding out the class 15th would be Luke Powell. Again, winning the class, Brody Herring from Gosper County, Haying, and Lydia Friesen from Hayes County, second. Now the second class of market heifers weighing 1160 to 1230. Heifer that won that class weighed 1130. Now class number 17 would be the second class of market heifers. We have $15 head again in this class. So these market heifer classes, and there's 2 more classes to go after this. I mean, we really seeing a lot of market heifers. I mean, that's something that not everybody watching and looking, if you're bound to state, a lot of people come out of the, if you're looking from down south, or a lot of places they just don't show them here. You get back to Nebraska and Iowa,
Chad Holtkamp. Again, he is
we see him
owner-operator
pretty much
of
every week.
Holtkamp Cattle Company in West Point, Iowa. Chad and his wife, Kim, began Holtkamp Cattle Company as a first-generation operation in 1988. With a start of 4 cows, Holtkamp Cattle Company now consists of a full-time cattle operation. Champions have generated from HCC at the national and state levels. Cattle are marketed through multiple sales throughout the year. Emphasis on purebred cattle as well as club calf production. As we mentioned earlier, Chad has judged numerous livestock shows throughout, including events such as the North American, American Royal, Fort Worth Stock Show, National Western, Cattlemen's Congress, and the owned heifers at the National Junior Angus Show. Chad earned his animal science degree from Oklahoma State University in Stillwater, Oklahoma, and his associate's degree from Blackhawk East College in Kewanee, Illinois. Recently, Chad was inducted into Blackhawk East Livestock Judging Hall of Fame. He was a member of the national champion livestock judging teams for both Blackhawk East and Oklahoma State University. Chad and his wife Kim have 2 sons, Skylar and Dakota. Chad, we appreciate you here today, and we have enjoyed you evaluating all of our market cattle today and our feeder calves this morning. Let's give Chad a good big round of applause. And again, we are on class 17 market heifers. Heifers in this class weigh between 1160 and 1230. 15 calves in this class. We do have 4 heifer classes today. Classes 16, 17, 18, and 19. Following class 19, we will select our Grand and Reserve Champion market heifer. If you would like to see the overall selection of the overall champion market beef in the 4-H division at the Nebraska State Fair, make sure to join us for the final drive right here in 5 Points Bank Arena at 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Again, very nice market heifer class, fun to sort and evaluate. Young lady, you got a heifer I like very well. I like your smile as well. You're proud of one like that. You can tell that, you have been prepared for this moment because she looks the part, she shows the part, she does where she's at. She's got the advantage just in terms of balance and yet still stoutness and still beautiful in terms of her profile. I just like the extra just roundness to her rib and balance, I think, is where she goes ahead and wins a class. A gray heifer, very, very attractive, extremely well clipped and presented. I like that about her. I just don't know if she's got just enough lower quarter, lower dimension to maybe balance up quite as well as does my class winner, but boy, that one is really, really good in terms of center body. Still gets her head up out of her shoulder really well. Very, very nice steer. Very nice market heifer. I like both of them really well. Same with this black and white one coming out here next in third. She got just a little bit of more tailhead, kind of takes away from her just a little bit, but I like her muscularity, and she's a whole lot closer to second in this class than she is third when you look at it and compare that way. I think she's sound again in terms of her structure. She's got some top, some hip, some power. I just didn't know if she was quite as full in terms of just true rear rib and flank like that gray one right ahead of that. You've got some gives and takes. I'm not going to argue with you if you like them the other way. I just like both of them really well. I think they do a good job. That's a nice trio to go ahead and be in a market heifer division here at your state fair. Heifer coming out here next, definitely a purple ribbon group heifer. Big top, big upper skeleton. I like the way she carries her top extremely well. We'd maybe change her rear hock just a little bit if we're going to take her to that elite end, to the top of what we had in that class. But boy, she's powerful, stout, burly, good kind of a female. Next one coming out, kind of a carbon copy of the one right in front of her. She's got some power in terms of muscularity, a lot of turn to that upper portion of her rib. Gets underneath herself in a good way from a structure standpoint for one that muscular, but just a little bit more tubular in terms of her shape. I'd less like to soften her up a little bit here. Young man here, he worked him up in a good spot. He can actually show one. When we get her there and you get her standing, she looks stout-legged, stout-hipped, and good that way. When I put her in motion here, I'd just like to change her structure just a little bit. But, young man, you did a good job of showing, and you got everything stuck out of her that you could get, from a placing standpoint. The red baldy heifer, talk about upper skeleton, very good. Muscular top, got some boldness to her rib. Just need to soften her structure, gets just a little bit straighter up there. Good, big, beefy red one here. I like her power. I like her dimension. I think she does some things really good that way. She gets a little shallower twisted, gets a little more set there to kind of into her to her hind leg. Next heifer coming out. And we kind of get into just kind of a draft of these heifers. Go ahead and just keep them things in motion. We'll talk about them. That maybe we tweak their structure and tweak their build just a little bit. She's thick top. I'd like to change her hind leg, the way she's sharpness to her hock and a little bit more up in terms of her tail head. Next heifer coming out, very good in terms of cleanness to her chest and her front end. Needs a little more body. Again, we change her structure. Young lady there, having a good time. She got a thick, beefy heifer. She's thick-ended. Just need her to transition and fit together just a little bit better. A powerful heifer comes out after her. Young lady has. I like that one in terms of muscularity. Got some shoulder, got some dimension to them, and then we round out the class with some heifers that still have got a lot of quality and a lot of good to them. They just need to change a little bit, tweaking in terms of mobility, a little bit in terms of balance, a little bit more in terms of softness. But my congratulations to a really, really good class here in the Market Heifer Division.
And results of Class 17 Market Heifers. In the blue ribbon group today, Clayton Perry from Butler County, Connor Cochran from Scottsbluff County, from Pawnee County, Aubrey Cisco, from Gage County, Brecken Niemeyer, Mary Richards from Fillmore County, Paisley Peterson from Burt County, Kalia Kiloff from Phelps County, Ava Bowman from Greeley County, Garrett Tolman from Dawes County, Caden Holen from Pierce County, and Riley Hermelbrock from Dakota County. In the purple ribbon group, Tyler Hansen from Dixon County, Caden Tyan from Merritt County, Second purple to Naya Ruda from Dodge County. And first purple to Viviana Sells from Saunders County. In the ring now, Class 18 market heifers. Heifers in this class weigh from 1235 to 1285. There are 15 heifers in this class.
Okay, I'm back a little bit. Sorry, my good friend Steve Snell brought me a prime rib sandwich from the beef pit, and everybody knows me, knows I know how to eat, but anybody that knows that beef pit at the Nebraska State Fair, if you haven't been there, you should be. Heck of a deal. Nebraska Cattlemen's Association puts it on, and it is awesome. Class 17, we're in Class 18, just catching up a little bit. And I'm sure you heard the winner of Class 17 was Vienna Sales. Second would have been Nyla Ruda. And third went to Caden Tyen from Merritt County. I do know the class winner came from P.D. Miller in Wyoming. She is a full sib to his Get You Some bull that he sold a couple years back. That's also the heifer that won Denver Market Heifers. And unfortunately, I don't know anything about Ruda's calf. Here we have Class 3 that he's sorting through now. Heifers weighing 1235 to 1285. And there I started to say, and I cut off when the judge was ready to talk. Now there's 15 heifers in this class, and we've had 2 classes of 15, and we got another 15 coming. They got these classes big, and they got them deep, and this market heifer thing in Nebraska, and of course in Iowa, and I guess we're fortunate. I kind of feel fortunate to have an Iowa judge judging them because he knows what they look like. And any given day in our part of the world coming to the Midwest, these market heifers can win the show as easy as the steer can. A lot of them beat the steers every time. I think it's a great project. I think there's some states I'd really like to see a few more look at it a little harder. When you look at how many fat cattle or heifers in the world, when you go through the feed yards, there's a lot of heifers fed, and we run into a lot of that with some of these terminal cross heifers. They're great for this. Are they the best cows in the world? Well, maybe not, but they're really not made to. But you're not going to tell me that these things aren't going to hang a great carcass, and they're not going to be very useful parts of the industry. I do not know the young lady with the gold heifer first is Oakley Yellowneck from Polk County. The heifer come from Kevin Benish and Tanner Russman. Heifer coming second is, I know it's a Ritter, I'm not sure what, Josie Ritter, another Cumming County. Like I said, I got a lot of respect for Cumming County. There's probably more cattle fed there than most states. They know how to do it, and boy, it's tough when you look at it here. There's a group of exhibitors up there. I'll tell you what, right around there, win the Cumming County Fair, you better pull your straps on, your boots, and set your satchel down. Red and white heifer. Also in contention. I thought I knew, and now I'm doubting myself. So if he leaves this way, and I believe he will, that'll be Oakley Jelinek winning the class, and Josie Ritter being second. I don't know if he's decided quite yet or not. Looks like he's still thinking. I appreciate that. Chad's done a great job looking at the cattle, doing it quick, doing it efficient, but he's sure giving these kids every chance. He's cooking at purple. He's giving a lot of purple ribbons this time. He's going 6-7 deep.
Give these guys a good round of applause. We went pretty deep on purples out here. These are big classes, and they're challenged to work through. They're fun to work through, but they're challenged. But we did go 7 deep in purples, and the young lady there in 7th, I thought she did a great job of showing, and I think that needs to be rewarded as well. I love effort, I love passion. The other thing I like, young lady, I like this heifer. She's very nice. She is proportional. She's stout. She's good looking. She's haired, clipped well, got the balance. She just got a lot of things that we like to see in a market animal. I think she's got quality. You do a good job of showing her. It's fun to watch her go. We can talk about her in just a little bit more, but I think she's just a little more pronounced in just her proportionality. The heifer in second, I think just beautiful patterned, and she's got such a good look. She's clipped extremely well. I like a lot of them things about her. And I think it gets to be pretty close when you just standing still and watch them. But I think when you get this and go, we just change her a little bit of knee to the ground in terms of her structure. And just, I think we got a little more lower quarter in our one that goes ahead and win the class. But that's a high-quality heifer. You did a very good job. One I can sure like and appreciate quite a little bit. Heifer there in third, the Baldy heifer. Young man, I mean, he is getting a workout. He had to drag her around. I think she's good enough in her angles. We could set her down and soften her to rear pastern just a little bit. But, boy, her body composition is so nice. She's so fresh and round in terms of her rib in a good way. She's thick and muscular in terms of her hips. She's still clean up there in the front end. I think she's good. She just I think where she just a little bit spoiled, gets a little bit lazy. You could make her a little bigger footed. I think you set her down there a little bit. But, boy, just body shape composition, I think she does some things really well. I like the red and white heifer. I think she's a bigger outlined heifer. Got some extension. She's big topped. Solid in terms of her mobility. Solid in terms of look. But yet she just fits everything together. I just kind of migrate her way around to sure liking that heifer. I like the beefiness of this heifer. She's big top. She's kind of bold and shapely. Gets a little higher in terms of her flank. We drop her down from that standpoint there. Not only gives her more body, but it gives her just a little bit more balance. The black and white heifer here, I think a good muscular heifer. I think she kind of gets a little bit lower fronted and opens up at the base of her shoulder just a little bit. But when you get that kind of body, that kind of muscle, it's still good. But I would change her in that regard. Next heifer coming out here, young lady, I think did a good job. She's clean and attractive up at her front end. She opens up on the top side of her shoulder really well into her top that I like to see that we've been talking about here today. I'd lower her tail head just a little bit and give her just a little bit more in terms of foot and bone as we get back in there. Another stout built one here comes out next. She is wide in terms of her back and her hip and her bone structure. Gets out of balance when we go ahead and put her in motion. The young lady gets her set up. She looks good in terms of that power trait, but she just need to soften her just a little bit. Another young lady does a good job of showing. Got a good practical, good no-nonsense kind of heifer. She could be a little more attractive in terms of her lines, having a little bit of navel, a little bit of tail head. But she's fed well. She's got some condition. She's got some smoothness. She's got some body, and I sure commend her for what she did. This young lady here's got a lot of intensity, and I can sure appreciate that. She's doing a very good job out here and giving all she can. She's got a heifer that's very, very out there in terms of some of her pieces. Her head and neck, and just right her tight her throat latch is kind of that different level look to it. She's got some muscularity up top. For this judge, though, she's just a little bit more tubular in terms of her shape. I just got to change her front end structure just a little bit more. Here is a big backed one. I mean, that one just opens up at her top side really, really well. Needs a little more bone, got a little more set to her leg than I'd like to see. The slick-haired black and white one coming out here, a nice heifer, does some things good. Change her rear hock the way she has her placement and sets down there in terms of her hind foot. She's a little bit longer toed, but I do like her dimension. Next heifer coming out, got some width, got some smoothness, and we get into a set of them 3 heifers that, just need to change their structure, need to change their balance, but we like them from a body and dimension standpoint. So as them guys head out here, give them a nice round of applause. A good class of market heifers.
Results of Class 18 market heifers receiving blue ribbons today: Adeline Cisco from Pawnee County, Bailey Setlick, Valley County, Natalia Schultz from Hall County, Cannon Albert from Cass County, Renee Reimers from Merritt County, Ansley Bacon from Burt County, Blake Hasbrook from Platte County, and Andrew Voles from Adams County. In the purple ribbon group today, Madison Milady from Knox County, Easton Kropatch from Polk County, Riley Codner from Hall County, Caleb Peterson from Polk County, Calix Brune from Antelope County, second purple to Josie Ritter from Cumming County, and first purple to Osley Jelinek from Polk County. This is our final market class of the day, Class 19 market heifers. These are our heaviest heifers of the day, weighing between 1290 and 1440. We do have 15 heifers in this class. Following Class 19, we will be returning our first purples to the ring for the selection of our champion and reserve champion market heifer. All of our division champions today will be competing at the final drive, which happens right here at 5 Points Bank Arena this afternoon at 4 o'clock.
Okay, catching up, the last class of market heifers are in the ring. Class before that, the class winner in that class was Oakley Yellowneck from Polk County, a heifer that come from Kevin Benish. And she, I believe she's in God We Trust, I believe, but I know she's out of his Sandy donor. And second in that class would be Josie Ritter. In class now, the market heifers weighing 1290 to 1440. Red and white heifer leading off the way, it'd be Clayton Pribble. He's kind of pulled some of the better ones up in front. Brody Weezy followed him, and the one in third right now is Colin Rasmussen. Fourth coming around the ring is Gage Waldemath. So these three heifers that are coming out in front of you, I mean, they've given them all they want to. The Preble heifer weighs 1295. Brody's heifer, the Baldy in second, weighs 1299. And the Rasmussen heifer weighs 1398. That's a big old heifer that really carries her weight really well. I know Judge Holtkamp has said several times that he appreciates the cattle that are in the right weight range for their frame. You know, and I would hazard a guess that he would be saying something like that again, because these cattle are not, you know, if you take a heifer 1398, that's the kind that make that's the kind that'll hang a carcass. And yet these cattle, if you look at them, they'll hold together, they're built well, they're balanced well, and these cattle go out and do a lot of good in the world. Our Texas friends don't like to use them to win because they think they should all be cows. Maybe so, but you know, this is the project we have, and you know, we're up here in feed yard country, and you know, these cattle are bred to feed. I can tell you, all of the boys, the first three boys in the front, I can tell you all of their families all feed cattle. They're all around it all the time, and they've done a great job.
We're going to get out here and, boy, this is a good class again. I tell you, we're going several purples out here in this group, and a lot of things I like about a lot of these cattle. And I'm not going to say if you're standing on the outside of wondering how I get to where I'm at, but I'll just go through and as I see them, and then I think as it breaks up. To me, I felt the one to start the class is the big heifer of the class. And the reason I think she does that is, one, to me, she's really attractive. She's still got stout, got some shapeliness to her. She's still got some stoutness to her structure, but she's really good, and she's clean jointed, sound, mobile. I think she gets around the ring really well. And I would like to drop her down her flank just a little bit, but I think she's got enough, and I think she's got quality and kind I like. So I think that's my place to start. So then as I go through here, and as I sort and try to go back to some of the priorities that I go to, and where I land on the red and white one to be second is she's a little more moderate, but yet what I've been talking about, she's opened up in terms of her rib. She fits and transitions well from her shoulder into her top, into her forerib. She's better in terms of her rear rib and flank than is our class winner. She just becomes that heifer that still has a look, has a presence to her, but yet, just a more moderate size. But she's just better in terms of the way she transitions from her shoulder into her forerib and into her body. I really like this heifer here in third, and I guess these 2, 3, and 4, to me, they're probably a little more breeding cattle, and maybe the one here in third where she just needs a little more hair up to her front because she has good hip hair, and it looks like she funnels and doesn't have enough in terms of just forerib openness, enough forerib to her to open up. Young lady does a knockdown, awesome job of getting that one stuck and shown. You get behind her, she surprises you in terms of having a lot of muscle and a lot of power. That's a very high-quality heifer that gets third in a very, very tough class. I like the Baldy heifer. I think she's got really one. I think she actually, as you talk about, I think she could have some breeding value in terms of, just her depth of body. She's got some muscle, got some stoutness. For me in that 4 head of cattle, she became just where she run downhill a little bit. She's a little bit shorter in terms of her front end, got up just a little bit in terms of her top, but still a very, very high-quality heifer that gives us a really good look. Tremendously big-bodied one here in this gray one. She is stout and burly in terms of her rib, still attractive in the upper part of her skeleton. You give her a notch more bone, and I tell you it's going to be game on when they're built with that kind of body and the way she holds it together when you put her in motion. But for the amount of bone she has relative to that body, she just comes up a little bit shy in this very, very good competitive class. The blue roan heifer, she's got some age and maturity to her. She's just showing a lot of that age and maturity to me in terms as I read her up in her head. She gets a little plainer up in that standpoint. She's good in terms of her movement and mobility. Just needs a little more lower quarter, has a little more brisket, just doesn't bounce up quite as well a lot of times I think, but a really, really good heifer. Next young man's heifer, thick, beefy top, stout, burly one. Just again needs a little bit for her body mass, a little bit more foot size, a little bit more shape. No doubt about the Baldy heifer coming out here next. She's powerful. She's got some dimension to her. She opens up at a big top, big hip, lots of quarter. She just comes across as a moderate size one and opens up in terms of her shoulder, gets a little bolder. Big haired one here. The young lady did a good job of taking care of her. I like her with the top and I like her hip. You stand there behind her. But she gets in here, she's a little bit more dried out in terms of her rib, doesn't balance up quite as well when we go ahead and put her into motion or ask her to go around the ring. Next heifer, stout, muscular one. She's one that gets up on her toes a little too much, kind of gets up on her tailhead. He did a good job of showing it and kind of not picking up on that right away, but I would change her from a structure standpoint there. This one here, I change on balance. Drop her down to her body and change her from that standpoint, a little bit up in her tailhead, but she's thick top, big hip, very attractive, trim-fronted heifer, comes out here next, needs a little more body. Next 2 heifers there we bring out the class just need to change them in terms of their structure, their balance, and quality for them to go ahead and move up any higher. But again, my compliments to all these market heifer exhibitors. Give them a round of applause. I know a lot of them had left, but a lot of them had sure battled right in there.
Results of Class 9.
Okay, winning that class, Colin Rasmussen with a 1,398-pound heifer. Second goes to Clayton Pribble with 1,295. So there's a little stretch here, difference in them. Third in that class goes to Journey Reeson, 4th to Blakely Smith, 5th to Aislinn Jensen, 6th to Brooke Cushing, 7th to Jory Drucke, 8th to Ella Platt, 9th to Riker Truska, 10th to Gage Waldemath, 11th Cameron Peterson, 12th to Reese Jones, 13th to Elijah Mettenbrink. Okay, in the class now for champion. I got to ask the Rasmussen boys. The heifer that wins that class is a Here I Am out of a Bearcat Witch Doctor. Came from Garrett Misner in California through Ferris Simon. So we got everybody.
And from class 19, first purple, Colin Rasmussen from Boone County.
Again, coming back, got everybody back for champion now.
All reserve champions are lining up.
Class 1 would be Brody Haying from Gosper County. I apologize, Brody Haying from Gosper County. Class 2 winner is Vienna Sells. Class 3 is
we thank our Fed Steer Challenge judge this morning, Steve Maloli from Kearney, Nebraska.
Oakley Jelinek, and class 4 is Colin Rasmussen. And also coming in, the second places behind them will be on the back side of this. And man, this is a powerful lineup. They don't have to give anything up on the steers here. I'm telling you what, these are nice. Second class 1 would be Lydia Friesen from Hayes County. Second class 2 would be Naya Ruda from Dodge County. Second in class 3 would be Josie Ritter from Cummings County. And second in class 4 would be Pribble, but I can't remember which one, excuse me. Clayton Pribble from Fillmore County. I do know that the Pribble heifers had a good year too. Another one come from Jack and Johnny Stoltz.
Our DNA collector, Steve Pritchard, Nebraska Extension Educator, Boone and Nance counties. And our ringman, Steve.
I guess we're going to turn her over here and let our judge, Chad Holkamp, give his reasons here shortly. Chad, for anybody that doesn't know or know him, he's a well-respected judge. He's judged nationwide pretty well everywhere in the country. He started his college career at Blackhawk East. Lucky enough to get to go he gets under Dan Hogue, and then finished his senior career at Oklahoma State under Gerald Callahan, and was a member of a national champion judging team in both the junior and senior college levels, and just got inducted this year to the Livestock Judging Hall of Fame in Blackhawk East. Chad and his wife Kim and son Skylar and Dakota run a cattle farm in Iowa, and I apologize, I can't say his name is town right now. I got tongue-tied here. Anyways, his son Dakota is back. He's told me this morning his son Dakota's back full-time on the farm. Skylar works off the farm, but Dakota's back full-time, getting cattle ready and loving the business, unless he tells me otherwise. Again, remember, these cattle are also brought to you. If you're looking out here, these cattle are very well presented, and this is a show with no glue and no adhesive. These are all no fit, and I think that says a lot. It says a very lot.
We'd maybe get going as we work through them, but boy, I tell you what, it was tough at a lot of spots when you're going through and judging your show here today. It's been a quality set of cattle again, and I know market heifers are a big deal. In Iowa, it's a big deal, and it you don't want to get out here, and you guys are going to have the opportunity to bring these back out here against your steers, and you have to go through and take a look. And you've got some things you've got to ask yourself, because those market heifers are normally about 100 pounds below the steers in terms of where they're at for frame and size. But it's good. I'm gonna go through and talk them because I really haven't necessarily got in terms of where making up my mind. But congratulations to that young man come out of that first class. That heifer's big-bodied. She's some of the things that we've been talking about here today and having some dimension to her. Need just a little bit more bone for her to be in contention, but a very, very nice heifer. This heifer here, if you're just talking about size, leave size alone, this young lady does a really nice job there with that heifer there at, 12, what'd you say, 1250, somewhere in there, right in there. Beautiful pattern, when you look at one and describe one in terms of quality and balance, talked about that center body I like and still having a show ring look. She's definitely in contention when you talk about the look she has. She gives it to us there. I like that heifer in class extremely well, have not backed off her anyway. The other class, the gold heifer, that's one I liked in class really well as well. I thought she was sure stout and powerful. She's got a really good look. She's very, she's still proportional, but still got some body density from that standpoint. Gives a good look. Thick and powerful behind. There's times we could maybe, and I know get maybe just carried away. You could probably see her just a little softer in terms of her hind leg a little bit and where she puts it down. But a very, very nice heifer. The big heifer I locked right into in that last class. She's a big framed one. She's kind of the outer liar in terms of frame, and I loved her in terms of structure. I still think she's got some top. Relative to her size, maybe could have a little bit more muscle as you get right behind her, a little more flank. But boy, that's a good looking, attractive one that's sound and still got some power that I like really well. So with that, it's absolutely been my pleasure. These kids been working hard. We'll see them again. Put your hands together. We'll get you a Grand Reserve Market heifer.
And there you go, your grand champion market heifer goes to Oakley Yellowneck from Polk County. That brings in Josie Ritter in competition for the second place. Again, Oakley's heifer raised by Kevin Benish and sold and placed by Tanner Russman, excuse me. I was looking at Rasmussen right in front of me out of the big division. Boy, we sure didn't back any quality up bringing that second one in. I mean, this is a great, great set of cattle. There you go. Reserve goes to Colin Rasmussen. Coming out of the big class. So our champion heifer weighed 1274, the reserve 1398. Congratulations to all these children. This is one great, great set of females. Again, now they're going to get the ring ready and stuff. If you want to join us back, they're going to pick champion at 4 o'clock.
We will be recognizing our outstanding volunteers from across the state. Following that up, here at 5 Points Bank Arena.